No, the mic was not on. I was getting set up still. I'm running a little behind tonight. I lost track of time, plain and simple. Got thinking and forgot to exist. So we're gonna kill some Glidhawks to make up for it. Let's go save the people of Pitchcliff. We're doing ultra hard, 0 skill. Text Genesis, see where he's at. Buddy, I miss you. Do-do-do-do. I might move the time I do this every day because the days are getting longer, so it's getting dark later, and that's part of what's throwing me off because I like to do it like at sunset as like my bodily cue. But now sunset's at a way different time than it was a month ago. So, literally a month ago. Yeah, we're like solstice plus 1 month. So that's a whole month of sunset lengthening. That matters for the circadian clock. I like to do it as the sun sets for part of my, some could misconstrue as passive-aggressive, prophetic, so to speak, metaphorical, artistic messaging. It's all a matter of perspective and opinion, which is a big ask for some people, to leave them sitting in that without having a certain answer. Some would call it trolling, but those are the people who it's probably a pretty big ask for. It's what you make it. But we're doing my 0 skill, all skill, no skill, just skill, ultra hard, no HUD, except for health at times. Playthrough number 11. I'm trying to stretch it out so that I don't do the Looming Shadow until February 17th, and then I can start a playthrough of Forbidden West on Forbidden West Day. Because I don't know, why not? I don't think I'm going to have a month worth of stuff to stretch this into. So, I just know that's the last time I beat this game, it's the 17th, so I was like, oh, I'll just go in. Oh my god, I can't hit shit tonight. There we go, notice me. I'm a threat too. That noise is so loud, it terrifies me every time. What made these Glinthawks attack? Oh, that's right. This is only the first half of the quest. I forgot about second half of the quest. Well, that'll be fun. I'm not going to be able to get away with doing it stealthy, but I might be able to set some traps and make it easier on myself. I forgot there's a part 2. Although, if you can get the Frostbellow back overridden, it makes it a totally different fight. If you can keep the Frostbellow back alive. You're welcome, everyone. Living another day. Happy to assist. Oh, I have to talk to the dude first. Sorry. Got ahead of myself. Where's the ladder? Boop. Buddy, you got your brother killed because you're stubborn.
You just flew in on a rainbow and saved our sorry slags. Where'd you come from?
A man named Hackard outside the village warned me.
Traitor! I ordered him to stay put. I'll throw him in irons.
He's dead.
What? That scorched out, filthy, rotten dirtwad of a brother. Why didn't he listen? Why?
He was worried you and the entire town would be killed. Do you have any idea what could be drawing the Glinthawks?
Hey, Barry, how you doing?
Why do you think the Karja have anything to do with the Glinthawks?
We built this outpost to protect against the Karja. Now they're coming here to trade. Fine. Their shards are as good as anyone's. But everyone knows that they want this place. Come to think of it, they want every place.
But how could the Karja have brought on the Glinthawks?
If I ever get a break from him, I'll see if I can spare a man to follow the trail. Guaranteed, there's a Karja at the other end.
Has anything changed that might have lured the Glinthawks? Have you left machine scrap lying around?
No. Us around use our scrap. Not like the Karja. They only keep the pretty parts.
So the Karja have been leaving scrap around?
Here? Never. If a Karja wasted scrap on my watch, I'd pick it up and make him eat it.
What exactly do you do here?
I'm the mayor. Mostly because I was too drunk to...
Not bad, just lost track of time tonight.
Tell me where he is, and I'll lay him to rest once we get these Glinthawks to flock off.
You'll find him due south of here, along the river.
Damn that fool. That bung. That lunkhead. Thank you for being with him at the end.
Has anyone come trying to sell lures? They're devices that attract machines.
Is that real? Is that some sort of Nora joke?
I'll take that as a no. Why don't I investigate why the Glinthawks are attacking? You've got your hands full.
Really? No one ever offers to help me. You, any good at tracking?
You could say that.
All right, then. Let me know what you find. Hammer to steel, a Karja's behind all this. You find anything out about the...
Not yet.
My suggestion?
Turn off! Turn off!
What are you doing?
By the sun, it won't turn off!
That device is making the Glinthawks attack.
My
Turn it
neck is
off.
still sore, but it's way better today.
I don't know how to turn it off any more than I know how I turned it on. I scrounged it from an old workshop.
Well, that should do it. Now start talking. Why are you scrounging gear you don't even understand?
My customers demand extraordinary pieces best found at the fringes of civilization. My tales of adventure only increase their value. Where others only dare tread, I flourish. No mountain climbs too high that I can't mount it. My trade demands sacrifice.
Including the sacrifice of innocence? Those Glinthawks swooped down and attacked everyone.
I didn't mean for that to happen. I sought only to sate the appetites of rich nobles who never leave their mansions.
You mentioned you found the device in a workshop?
Yes. I camped out atop the snowy eastern ridge. No easy climb even in my best years, but I girded my...
Enough. Were there any other devices at this workshop?
abandoned equipment, the likes of which I've never seen. A peculiar silo remained impervious to my attempts to open it. As I searched, I wondered how many secrets lie hidden in this world, as we, in our ignorance, go about our daily...
Your point?
Oh. No, I didn't see another device. But one could still be there, waiting to unleash its horrors.
Did you know this whole time that that device was luring Glinthawks?
By the sun, no! I stashed it here for a while, but when I came back, I was nearly beheaded by one of those flying terrors.
This device is dangerous. I have to find that workshop and make sure it's the last. Where is it?
On the eastern ridge, just beyond my campsite. But after I descended from the workshop, a cracking above me signaled my doom. I dove into the river mere moments before an avalanche took out the path. You can't reach it now. The climb is too perilous.
I'll take my chances. You just stay away from that workshop and try not to cause another mess.
Surely one as small as you couldn't climb so high alone. You can accompany me to the workshop.
I really regret talking to you again.
Surely one as small as you couldn't climb so high alone. You can accompany me to the workshop.
I really regret talking to you again.
This is cracking me up.
Surely one as small as you couldn't climb so high alone. You can accompany me to the workshop.
I really regret talking to you again.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting the party stuff set up. Somehow. At least something like that. Alright, I keep forgetting how to do this on a PS5. How long have I had this freaking console and I still have no idea how to use it? Sorry. For some reason, it just doesn't make as much sense to me as it did on PS4. Oh my gosh, okay. All of my devices are dying.
Oh, same. Don't even worry about it.
Ah, gotcha. Michael is unable tonight.
Gotcha.
Spectator only. Well, we'll make it happen one of these times. Alright, controller, please charge. Thank you. Good. Not gonna lose control in the middle of playing. Sorry I ran late tonight. I just want to do this one more time. It's so freaking hilarious to me.
Surely one as small as you couldn't climb so high alone. You can accompany me to the workshop.
I really regret talking to you again.
It's so funny. She's so Aloy. Have you seen the things I've been putting up? I took footage, but then I cut a little bit of the middle out so it paces a little quicker of the opening dream sequence from Horizon Forbidden West, which I don't think spoils anything. It's you have no idea the context of the dream sequence. It just teaches you a little bit about Aloy's heart, right? the dream that she has every night in the field.
Yes. Yeah.
And I've been putting different songs over it that completely change the emotional tone of it.
Mm-hmm.
And making it so that like the downturn happens at different points in the songs, at different emotional beats.
Yeah, because you can put a lot of different stuff to that, and it
Yeah,
be like just
and
as
it
powerful.
totally changes the message, but it's like so good in a different way every time. But it's like I put them all in an album and called it Pain on Repeat.
Oh, I like it.
And so you just get hit with the same 1 minute footage of Aloy getting hugged, and then the person she's hugging turning to dust in her hands, and then she starts getting pulled down by like this creeping darkness that's like grabbing her leg, and like she looks like she goes from like the most peaceful Aloy you've ever seen, and then all of a sudden she's in absolute terror and like the most helpless Aloy that you see, and it's so sad. And but it hits a different way each time, where it's like you can interpret it in so many different ways.
Especially if, like you said, you set it to a different set of music. Yeah.
One of the songs I put over it literally is talking about like being wrapped in arms in the face of arrows and a scourge.
Oh wow.
And then it's like Aloy getting hugged with, you know, a bow and arrow, and then a blighted abomination vine wrapping around her and pulling her down. There's like, haha. It's literally what's being described in the song, but that's not what it's meant. But it's also like, oh my god, that like you can read it so many ways. Like you could see it as me making fun of the song. You could see it as like, no, like this is literally what the song is saying. Like this is the imagery that's being used.
Words,
this is the emotion that person is feeling. If you are to read the imagery that they are using into what is being said in the song.
Yes.
But like that's the thing I'm going for. Like, but it's like I'm going for multifaceted in each one, and so it's just I've had fun because I'm like, oh, there's like 72 different ways I can read this, and they're all fascinating explorations on humanity. Like one of the songs I put is a song that's originally about an artificial intelligence and its relationship with its creator.
Oh.
Which that's called The Architect by Haken.
Ooh, I like it.
Have I put so many Haken songs up. Have you listened to any of them?
You have, and I have listened to very few, and I regret that. I need
you're
to
lost,
rectify
buddy.
that. I know. I'm just.
They're all concept albums
sad
with a central theme and like a narrative, or at least in like the whole thing are like amusing. So each album kind of takes a different.
You know what? Now that we're talking about it, chat, give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna download a couple of those albums.
I mean, they're like up on a lot of streaming services and stuff too. So.
Yeah, I mean it took 2 seconds.
You don't have to like live your life. I just think that you'd like them.
Well, no, because you've talked about it so much, and even the imagery that I've seen, I'm just like, I feel like I would really get into this. I'm just one of those people that I'm like, well, which?
No, it's really hard to. Yeah, no, I totally get it. That's why I only jokingly push the button because I'm like, you know how hard it is to get me to actually follow up on looking into something. It's not from a lack of desire. It's literally like, sorry, I have ADHD. I'm stuck with this brain.
Yeah, like
I wish more than anyone that this was different. Oh no, I wandered too far north. Just like running around having a chat. Like I said, ADHD, all the Glinthawks, and a freaking Stormbird. It's okay. I got it taken care of. Run away. Ran the wrong way. It's okay. I'm gonna make it out of this.
So just for reference, I downloaded Aquarius and then his newest Fauna.
Okay, Fauna's just a single.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the album doesn't come out for a while.
Edition. Oh, wow. Okay.
They've only released 2 tracks from it so far.
Yeah. Oh, it says the first 3 for me.
Oh, maybe there's a third one. Wait, one of them...
Taurus, Nightingale, the alphabet.
Oh, I forgot about Nightingale. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
Nightingale came out ages ago. Oh my gosh, what did I do to myself? I angered the whole freaking valley here. Let's try this again without aggroing the world on Aloy.
I want to say, Sierra, as you're playing, so I just started this new game, Forspoken, and...
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I can't tell you how heavily it leans on Horizon. Just
really?
Like, in so
I've heard good
facets.
things about it. I'm just
It's
not
phenomenal.
buying games from Square because of their NFTs.
You know, and I wanted to ask you about that because I just
I
heard
don't
about
normally boycott stuff, but NFTs, I'm just... No, guys, we gotta do better.
Yeah.
We got it for the environment, for humanity, for everything, guys. No.
For art's sake, for...
Like...
Yeah, like, there's... Yeah. So I didn't know the whole argument behind, like, their NFT situation. So that's something I wanted to ask you about, and we can do it at a later time. I'm just like...
Yeah, I don't want to get into that on
they
stream, because I have opinions, but I also have, like, an awareness that I don't know what I don't know. And I just don't want to draw the wrong kind of people here to argue shit.
Gotcha.
Basically. I don't want that to get in the way of the other conversation that's already controversial enough that's happening in this stream in general.
Right, and that's why I didn't even want to bring it up here. I just wanted to be like...
Like,
okay,
I have a very clear opinion. Yeah, like,
okay,
I have a
cool.
very clear... And I've made fun of NFTs on... That was...
yeah.
If you go on Avalyn Penrose's Twitter and scroll back, I mean, it's been like a year, so you'd have to scroll a while. She had these videos go viral talking about hedge funds that were fucking hilarious. And so, as a joke, I was like, dude, I want to make you, like, the most low-effort, like, bad-looking joke NFTs ever. Just to make fun of, like, how it's literally, you can tell it's like a freaking copy-paste, like, it's a template. And it's, like, using all the shortcut tools. And I'm not opposed to using the tools in digital art software, but it's just literally, like, yeah, there's design principles that are, you know, but a lot of this shit is, like, don't get me started. Anyway, it's literally, your thing has worth because you're giving it worth by propping it out. It's right, okay, anyway.
Yeah,
like, I don't want to get started. I don't want to get started. I don't want to get started. So I drew 2 pictures of her. And then unintentionally that attracted a bunch of NFT people to my Twitter.
Oh, gosh.
Because after her hedge fund joke, stock market, GameStop stock commentary hedge fund videos went viral, like, she started making, like, it was like joke NFTs, and, like, she told off Elon Musk. And so it was like, oh, right, of course that's the 69,000 people that follow you who are seeing these drawings are NFT bros that I've now gotten. I block, like, probably half a dozen people every week on Twitter that are adding me to these, like, and I'm like, shit, like, my art's all gonna get stolen now. Well,
right.
Nah, but then the AIs came along and were even worse, so it's like everyone forgot that NFTs were even a problem, because they're still a problem, but the AIs are just such a bigger problem.
Yeah, like, literally.
And it's not, I'm not against AIs. Like, artificial intelligence is amazing, but ethics are also very important.
Yep.
The end.
The end.
Like, same thing to the freaking church. Like, dude, if you guys would have just not, like, abused people, we wouldn't be here having this conversation in this way. But you can't hurt people in the name of religion and traumatize them.
And
then
call
just,
it
like,
Jesus.
be like, oh, our bad, that was character development.
We were doing the Lord's work.
What the fuck? No, you don't.
What?
You don't get to do that, guys.
Nope, that's
Holy
not
shit,
okay.
that's monstrous.
Yeah.
Good find.
Come at me, buddy. Yeah, that's what I thought. And stay out.
Be fascinating.
How have you been, Genesis?
You know, today is probably one of the first days in the span of maybe 3 weeks that I've felt rested,
Yeah,
full,
you've
like
been
have
really
eaten
low
enough.
energy.
Yeah, and to be honest, the biggest component to that, in the winter time specifically, they make our dialysis treatments, first of all, run for a longer period of time, but then also harsher on our bodies because this is the time of year where it's like we tend to hibernate, get fatter, get lazier, whatever. And so they want to take all that extra weight off of us because that's quote unquote protocol for this season of time. And I just always make sure to tell my nurse, like, don't treat me that way. Like, I eat a normal amount, try to sleep a normal amount, I'm as active as I possibly can be. Like, my body is my body, and I deserve some type of autonomy. Don't put me on like this list of like, oh, this is just what protocol is. Like, I'm in full control of my faculties. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
It's great.
they just, some days they listen, sometimes they don't. Sometimes I get argued out of
Kind
what
of
I
luck of
want
the
to do with
draw
my body.
on
Yeah,
who's
and
caring for you that day.
exactly. Yeah. So recently I've just been dealt kind of the short straw, and it's just been nothing but like, I'll do a treatment and I literally physically won't be able to walk out of the building, so they'll have to
Shit.
put me in a wheelchair and wheel me out and get me in the vehicle, and then mom has to basically carry me to my bedroom, and I'll sleep for 2 days. Like, that'll just be life. So today's the first day I'm actually like, wow, I feel really good. Like, all things considered, I feel really good.
I'm glad to hear that. And
Hmm.
we're headed into spring, so hopefully that'll ease up on those protocols. Get to see more of you around because that means that you
Yes.
have energy. Like,
Yes. I can't wait for it to be warm. Now, I'm not gonna like the humidity, but at least I have like a source of air in my room, so I don't have to live in it 24/7.
you
I
just got to get
really,
out to the
honestly,
desert.
I do. I
Bring
just
your
need to come to the
horses,
desert.
please.
Yes, because they'll love it. They honestly hate the summer just as much. Like, they shed their, winter coats, but even still, they're big fat animals. They hate it. They hate just,
You just got
they
to
do
go to
anything.
like the northern half of Arizona where it's slightly
Uh-huh.
cooler for the horses' sake.
Yeah.
Go to Prescott or Munns Park would be nice. Get them in like the base of Mount Humphreys.
Hmm.
That's basically would be like this where Aloy is right now.
Oh, really?
Kind of what? Yeah,
Kind
dude,
of,
we
kind of that.
have a tundra. Arizona has
That's
so many
so wild
biomes.
to me. Like,
There's a shelf halfway through the state on the Mogollon Rim.
cause isn't North Arizona like connected to
Flagstaff
Utah?
is the second snowiest city in the like out of like major cities, bigger cities in the country.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's, yeah, I didn't
Their
know that.
Northern Arizona University's mascot is the Lumberjacks. Like
Well, wow.
everyone wears flannel there.
Oh man, I
It
should move
never
there.
left 1994. Like,
Right, they're staying there.
I mean, I haven't been there in a while, but
Stay down.
I think it's still true because
Yeah,
it's literally
you
just
went
like
back.
you have to. It's the weather. There's ski slopes. Like
Yeah.
it's it Mount Humphreys is like almost 14. Not quite, but almost, if I recall correctly.
Wow.
Let me look it up. It's and Mount Humphreys is in Horizon Forbidden West. You can't go there, but you can see it. Humphreys Peak. Oh, sorry, 12, almost 13. Wait, no. Humphreys Peak is 12, but Mount Humphreys is 13,992. So literally almost 14.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm
still
saying.
tall.
It's got a tundra. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong Mount Humphreys. That's why.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, this is in California. Wrong
Because
one.
there's quite a
That's where I
few,
got confused. That one's in California. Humphreys Peak. I feel like Humphreys is the mountain called? No, it's Mount second most prominent peak after Mount Graham in the state of Arizona. I got all confused. There is a Mount Humphreys. That's why I confused myself. But I feel like is Humphreys Peak on a Mount Humphreys? God, why are things named? I'm so bad at names of things.
Sounds
Oh.
like
I wish that things didn't have names because they're confusing. Anyways, I was sort of right about some of the things I said.
Right.
I don't live in Flagstaff,
Right.
but it
So
looks
you live in...
like this in parts of it. That's the point.
Do you live in more southern Arizona?
Uh, Not quite. It's like south central Arizona,
Okay.
basically. And yes, Arizona borders Utah on the south. So this game goes into Arizona a very teeny bit. Like the Carja territory is right on the Arizona border, Monument Valley.
Okay.
And then in the next
Very
game,
interesting.
the lake where you go to Latopolis, also the Arizona border, and goes into Arizona. When you know the dam where they
Uh-huh.
suspect the route to the burning shores will be,
Yes.
the with the Tide Ripper by it, half of that dam is in Arizona. If you're facing it, the left side where the Tide River sits is in Arizona. So Nessie's
Oh.
mine, thank you very much. And so is the Tide Ripper on the south of the lake. The whole south half of that lake is in Arizona.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Up until you hit the dam. So.
Okay. So that's like the middle point, or the breaking point, I
Well,
guess.
yeah, it's kind of, the thing's shaped like a stomach.
Oh, okay.
You like the actual organ.
Uh-huh.
And so the Colorado River, if you go, you know where there's the 3 dead Oseram and there's the letter about how they met a dude and he was drinking machine oil?
Mm-hmm.
And if you
Gosh,
look
that was
down the river, so they're right across from that Tide Ripper with the burrowers around it, right there.
okay.
Is right across from the dead Oseram. And there's a river mouth going out from the lake towards the east from that part of the lake. That's the Colorado River that flows into Lake Mead from the Grand Canyon.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And if you look out beyond it, you see Humphreys Peak in the distance.
Interesting.
If you're looking from the dead Oseram into that river, you see the
Mm-hmm.
Humphreys Peak.
Very interesting.
What is going on over there?
so much for being careful.
So I went there the other day, a couple of months ago, with my roommate because my roommate drives as a courier.
Okay.
And we went up to Humphreys Peak and then a little beyond it, so we were on just the border of Carja territory. Not an area where that's actually in the game, but like nearby,
Uh-huh.
because the Daybreak right here, this right here.
Okay.
So I want you to pull up, open a new tab, go to Maps, and I want you to pull up Page, Arizona.
Page, Arizona.
Yeah, page like a page in a book.
Okay. Maps, page, AR.
And then just zoom out a little.
Crazy. Okay. First thing, it's by Vermilion Cliffs National Monument.
You gotta
Marble
zoom
Canyon,
out until you
Big
see
Water.
like Rainbow Bridge National Monument.
Okay. Let's see. Lake Powell,
Yeah, okay.
Grand Staircase, Grand
So,
Canyon, Tuba City.
so like look at just this northeast of Page, Arizona, and then look on the screen at what I'm playing right now.
Okay, so it's That's Utah.
So you see the Arizona-Utah border there? And see the body of water there?
Like a river? Like this river?
Or like all of Lake Powell. It's Lake
Oh,
Powell
yeah,
is
yeah.
weird and
Uh-huh.
stringy, right?
Yeah.
So like that's the Daybrink. And so if you look in the game, and you look down at Lake Powell, and you can see where we are situated relative to Arizona. We're
Oh
just
my
ever so
gosh.
slightly go into, like at Monument Valley, we go into Arizona.
Oh yeah. So like literally the map it cuts off at
Yeah, so we're
this.
just west of the Four Corners area.
Right.
So
So
you've got
okay.
like
So let
Antelope,
me.
Horseshoe Bend, and like the Slot Canyons a little bit. Um,
Yeah, because
and then
there's
we go north into Bryce, Utah. Bryce Canyon. So if you look at Page and then you look just northwest of Page, you see Bryce Canyon City. So that's the
okay.
area where we go to Sunfall. So like this is Lake Powell. The Arizona-Utah border goes like floop across Lake Powell. So you get like Horseshoe Bend, which is in like Navajo land
Okay.
on the Arizona-Utah border. Kind of stuff that they've imitated a little bit
Huh.
around with over by this over here. Uh, and then you go, and then like this is like they literally say orbital base outside Bryce Canyon. So like these hoodoos are Bryce Canyon. If you look at Bryce Canyon, you
So
can
yeah, I see
totally see
Bryce
it.
Canyon on my
Yeah.
map.
And
That
then
is
if we
wild.
go way up here, this is the Great Salt Lake. This is Faro is in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh, that's literally just.
They squished it down a little from where it is in real life. They scrunched it.
But even still, it's just.
So what that gives me hope for is that we might actually hit a little bit of Arizona in the Burning Shores DLC because we're like possibly going south from the Hoover Dam and then going around. So this bandit camp is Provo. This is the temple in
Oh
Provo, Utah.
wow.
If you look up the temple near Brigham Young,
Uh huh.
look at the Provo, Utah temple outside of Brigham Young, and then hit up. Like, let's go there real quick.
Yep. There's
I'll show
Brigham
you.
Young University.
Shattered
Getting a
Kiln.
little closer.
It's one of the vantages.
What's the temple called? Do you know?
Just the Provo, Utah temple.
Oh, okay.
It's the. I don't know Mormonism. Don't ask me things.
I don't know things. I just know things.
I just know all the stuff I know, not the stuff I don't.
Right.
Gosh, learn the
Jeez.
difference.
Figure it out. Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, there
That
we
is
go.
so crazy. So yeah, this is all north to, gosh, freaking west or central west Utah
You can
from
totally see
like
it.
yeah, from like north, and then isn't, not to spoil, but then Las Vegas is part of this area as
In Forbidden West.
yeah. Mhm. Dang, she goes all that way. That is so crazy to me. That is such a span of area.
That is such a rad picture that I just accidented upon. Hello.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, take that.
It's so good. With the freaking everything about it. Shattered Kiln. There's the Provo Temple. The mountains behind it. Um, and then we hit up. I actually found Bakersfield. We go as far south as Bakersfield, and the city of Sylmar, which is the northernmost suburb of LA. So we've actually already been to LA technically, because in Forbidden West, the LA Aqueduct cascades, which sits in Sylmar, California. They moved it a little.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, I don't think we're going to LA in the game, but I was wrong.
Right.
Which is fine, because they get to make whatever game they want to make. That's fine. But,
right. Yeah, that's them. That's what they're paid
I
to
was just like, if we're looking at it objectively, we've already been to LA. But I can still see how, based on where the fault is and blah, 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 blah. And also, there's robot dinosaurs. Oh my god. Suspend your disbelief. It's okay, guys.
Wow. I tell you what.
I wanted to learn geography, but geography is boring. So I tricked myself of like, I'm not learning geography. I'm figuring out where the DLC for Forbidden West is going to be.
Right.
I'm not learning geography. I'm playing a video game.
Uh-huh. Why the heck not?
Like, my brain is very stupid, and it's that easy to fool it into learning geography. I just had to relate the geography to something I cared about.
Right. Not to get off of our topic here.
Oh, you're fine.
Continuing on the same topic of landscape. Forspoken's landscape is...
Oh my god, what am I doing to myself? I'm gonna get myself killed, you guys.
Don't
No,
die.
like, I'm literally...
Are you about to die for real?
That was incredible. She died mid-jump animation. That was so great. I love getting myself into bad deaths. Sorry. Not again, no! My hand's not even on the control.
Oh, wow.
Wasn't that hilarious?
The lag is real. Yeah. Sorry, I was 28 seconds behind. So I had
Oh my god.
But I did see it. Jeez. Glint
What am
Hawk life.
Doing with my life?
But as I was gonna say, the Forspoken landscape also reminds me a lot of the hills.
I wanted to die
mountains.
that time because I'm angry that it spawned me on an aggroed machine. So I'm gonna fast travel away from it and just start the fight on my terms.
Have nothing to do with it whatsoever.
It just upset me. I was like, I wanted to take a sip of my drink, and instead I was being attacked by angry birds that I forgot were there. I don't want to fight the Glinthawks. Fine, I'll put on a shield. It makes sense, but also I'm angry. Okay, back to the topic. Forspoken.
Yeah, so pretty much I was just thinking about landscape, and the landscape of Forspoken is very hilly, mountainous, climbing walls, but her climbing situation is not so much climbing as it is magic. She leaps over tall bounds, like Superman. But the landscape reminds me so much of Horizon as well, and as I was like traversing, I was just thinking, man, this feels like Aloy on foot. Like this is how that felt, and that's kind of what grabbed me even more into her story. Is like all these places she could have chosen to travel on foot, and that would have been a tremendously long journey. Just from even one point from an A to B situation, like. So I love the fact that like these two games are just very hyper realistic in their form of traversal, even though Forspoken's a very magical, fantastical story. The same could be said of Horizon, even in its, very primitive kind of perspective, And I just love that about the two of them together. They play on.
Yeah, they both have a really big what if we grounded fantasy in reality so that it felt a little more like attainable
Yeah.
thing going on, where it's like it's not that we're like getting rid of the fantasy element, we're actually leaning into it heavier by trying to make you believe it.
Yeah.
And I like that about it. It's like, oh,
Uh-huh.
okay.
Yeah,
Gotta make it feel at least a little serious for me.
Uh-huh, yeah.
I'm a grown-up. I don't like these birds. They don't like me either. It's a mutual hate. But it will not abate. Sorry, you're free to talk. I just, thinking is hard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm actually in the middle of fighting and
So you're right there with me.
whatnot. Yeah.
What? Not the horse. Got enough problems in the air, buddy. That's the beauty of ultra hard.
Right.
There's not as much limits on what aggro's against you. So you're just getting pummeled.
Yeah. It's just a fight to the death. And there's more death than fight.
Hey. What did I say about believable? Oh my gosh! Leave me alone, everyone! You're so angry. Why can't I hit anything?
Is it one of those evenings where the aim's just not aiming?
No, there's just so many of them. It's a lot to focus on. But also Glinthawks, man.
Also Glinthawks, though.
I did it. Woohoo! See, those farm streams really help. Now I'm not like spending the rest of the evening getting potions.
There you go.
Gotta do the farm streams every now and then. Saves everyone time. Really what it is I really fucking miss the Forbidden West. Like, there's people there that I haven't seen in months, and I'm sad, and I want to see them again.
Right.
Video games are real, okay, guys? Shh.
They seriously are. Like, do not hesitate the reality.
You walk around in these places and you get immersed. Like,
yeah, like, you're here.
Don't act like you've never felt that way about a book.
Oh my gosh.
Going down
Yeah.
fast.
Or a TV show. Like, dude,
Mm-hmm.
I know y'all
Or
are
a
watching
movie,
The Office on
whatever.
repeat. Shut up.
Right.
The thing is, you're just passively watching those. I'm
Right. You're not
becoming
even
this.
paying attention. Yeah.
You have agency, and you get to, like, make choices and pretend, like, dude, use your fucking imagination. It's amazing, okay? I'll intentionally, like, change combat styles just to, like, be like, this is Aloy's approach to life today. It's fun. You can make it whatever you want it to. Just like how when you are broke as a kid and you only have like 3 CDs, so you listen to them a lot of different ways and you learn how to hear music in new ways from just literally having nothing but whatever you have to just repeat.
Mm-hmm.
The secret to creativity is not expanding, it's not adding tools, it's limiting yourself. The end.
Amen.
Like, literally, it's just like, all these people want to, like, need the best new gear. Like, dude, gear should be the last thing you get.
Right.
Gear should be the last.
Should be
Like,
the last focus you have.
you have to tie your hands. You have to.
Yeah. It's
Or
necessary.
you're gonna, like, rely on the gear and you want to get out of being stuck. Don't make a freaking creative conference. Just because you get people that have success together doesn't mean that they're creative. I'm sorry, but you guys are the product of marketing, not actually.
Yes.
Like, music is all the same shit. Whoever gets famous is literally a product of their marketable.
Yeah.
And that's not a dig. It's just the truth. It's if someone's popular, it doesn't necessarily, like, mean that they're necessarily better from someone that has a small audience.
Right.
Not more skilled or more talented. Literally, they were marketed to the right people who had influence over the right people. There's just as many good songs that are totally unknown. It's not a dig at anyone. It's just literally how humans work.
Uh-huh.
Like, especially, yeah, anyway.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree. Like, we're either a product of what we're being marketed toward, or we're a product of our own environment and imagination. Like, we choose.
Anyway, that also is. It's not even backhanded. It's just, I am thinking about it because there is a creative conference going on this week.
Yeah.
But it's just more than it's amusing to me, which almost makes me a worse person because that sounds condescending, right? But people are just strange, that's all. Like, I've never been to a conference about creating, except for art I've made has been used at one in Texas. Someone sent me a picture, they're like, your painting is here. Like, okay. No one paid me for that. I think I got paid for supplies, but I don't think I got paid to make it. But I was just like, okay, like, the reason I barely make stuff isn't because I have no ideas. It's because I'm happy keeping them in my head until I know I have an audience. And that's not that I'm not, like, ready to risk. It's just, it costs more energy to limit myself to just making what I make instead of, like, exploring the whole of what I can do without actually having, like, the only reason to make something is if I have someone to show it to, because otherwise I can just enjoy it by myself in my head. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying. It's
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
need
yeah.
to write it down because unless I have someone to show it to, and then I'll write it down.
Right.
But otherwise, there's songs there just because I'm not actively at my guitar or recording it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't like I'm always creating.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, and we can create, like, without the limitation of, like, oh, this needs to be this and this and this, and if it's not, then, oh, it's not worth anything. Like, we create on a different whole reality than, I would say, most creators. Like, we don't need the whole, whatever is necessary, like, for you to make a check or whatever out of it. Like, we just love the reality of creating.
You know, one
And
of
then
my
we love the
friends told
reality
me.
of sharing it. You
Yeah,
know?
it's just very interesting. It's just I don't know. There's the cost that comes like you kind of have to just be a weird person and be okay with that. You can't shut it off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the price a lot of people aren't willing to pay.
You're not gonna like this.
I've had people tell me that I'm the most creative person they've ever met.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
You are definitely
that's that
one
person's
of-
reality.
Yeah.
I don't really get what that means because I think everyone can do everything. And
Right.
people think
We
that
all have the
because I like
ability.
have like gotten awards or stuff that I'm like that I trust in like that's like what I'm like getting my gratification from, and I'm like I didn't even know that was in the running for an award. I just got the award. Sorry.
Right. I was just here, sort of.
I just thought I was playing a game.
Right. Like, guys, this wasn't that serious. I was just having fun.
But then they want to give me the fucking awards and turn around and call me a member of the participation trophy generation. I'm just like, fuck you.
Yeah. Like, get out of my
There was a
life
post
with
from
that.
IHOPKC that was talking about how cynicism comes from entitlement and fear. And I was just like, yes, actually.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes, but not in the way that you mean it.
Right. Like,
People
you
with
mean it.
titles act entitled, but then they're insecure and full of fear, and so they make demands on people to make themselves seem important. And then people see institutions that prop that up and do nothing about these leaders abusing people. And yes, you're right. Justice and mercy and gratitude will lead to a freedom from that. But it's y'all got to be full of gratitude for the people that are coming and serving
Mm-hmm.
instead of making demands of them. And like, yeah, it does lead to cynicism because people see no justice. And what about
Right.
mercy? Like, what if you want a love of mercy? How about mercy for the people whose lives have been turned upside down by this bullshit?
Exactly.
Like, the mercy of justice where there's been injustice.
Yes. And I think really, like, especially when we're talking about mercy and justice, like, more injustice is doled out in the name of, well, this is merciful.
Yeah.
And but then you look at what was actually done, and you're like, no, that's not a.
At what
That's not
point is it
mercy.
more merciful to remove someone who's leaving a body trail from their position?
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, guys. What about mercy for the victims? What about mercy for the people who are being actively abused? You want to talk about setting captives free, you focus on certain types of captivity, but what about the fucking captives you're chaining up here? Like,
Yeah.
have people living in poverty wages so they can sing to Jesus.
Yeah. Literal impoverty.
But then, literally, I ate moldy bell peppers.
Yeah.
because I couldn't afford food. And then they said we couldn't get food stamps, but someone was in here talking about how they made $300 a month, and they were one of the more well-paid people.
Right. And you're like, wait a
For
minute.
50 hours of work a week.
Like, how do you consider that a payment?
And then you're saying it's for Jesus, but the Bible says that the freaking unpaid wages cry directly to the ears of the Lord. So, which is it, guys?
Yeah, what are we doing here, guys? Because I don't think you guys know.
Anyway, I could go on and on, but I won't.
It's a lot.
It was worth it. It was worth it.
It was worth it.
Oh! I just killed a stormbird with mostly blast wires. I am the freaking
Dang.
blast wire queen.
Champion. Yes.
It's
Queen,
so cheesy.
yes.
It's so cheesy. But guys, is it that cheesy? Because look what I'm working with here. Ultra hard, zero skill. I think a little cheese is like allowed.
A little cheese won't leaven the bread. Let's say that. Let's say that.
I used the tools that they gave me.
Yeah.
I mean, I fought an aerial thing with a tripwire.
Yeah. Something that's grounded, literally.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say that was the aerial thing's fault, not yours. Oh man,
They took away my freaking sky killer, so.
Right. So what did you do? You just made a ground.
I made a new sky killer.
Yep. Bam.
It's not a spike thrower, but damn it.
Yeah. It's like, go ahead, guys. Take away my means to live. I will make it.
Let's read Derval's notes about how bad he's got it for Ursa.
Derval was behind these lures. Brilliant and dangerous. Now to bring word back to Peter.
What should I do now? Make words of my tattered letters. That's a song by the Virgos Merlot. Brett Hessla in the Virgos Merlot replaced Brian Marshall as the bassist in Queen. Creed.
Really?
Creed.
Creed.
The
Creed.
font's very similar. There's two E's. I got confused. Yeah, he joined Creed after Brian Marshall left in the middle of a tour. That's right. And then he was in Dark New Day, which I think was like, wasn't that a super group? They had a big, yeah, it was Seven Dust. That's right, yeah. Wait, no, or is that 12 Years Silence? No, yeah, that's Dark New Day. Stereo Mud, dude, yeah, it was a bunch of, and they had a song that went big. Anyway, now you know, or you don't, or I've made you more confused.
Right.
Oh, Derval, you are funny. Look at this letter. Dearest cogs and puppets, you miserable bums have failed to find me. Again.
Okay.
I hurt my throat doing that voice, so I'm not going to continue. Alright, let's get back to playing a game. What should I do now? I have to return to our buddy. Hey dude, I got rid of a Stormbird for you. Guys, my D&D game has gotten even more Horizon-y.
Has it really?
Yeah. Yeah. It has.
I would ask you to describe, but I don't know how much.
It's
capacity.
yeah, my brain's broken on the whole thing. My roommate hasn't played Horizon, and when I play, it's with headphones on, so he would have to be with me when I'm playing because it's on my PlayStation in my room.
Mm-hmm.
So, I know he's not played it. For a fact.
Like,
a confirmable
positive.
fact. Yeah. Because we've been friends the whole time it's been out, and I've been trying to get him to play it. And he wouldn't be able to keep up a lie this long. Either that or he's the most evil person I've ever met in my life.
You'll be happy to know I found another one of those lures and destroyed it. Should be the last you'll hear of it.
By fire and spit, you went above and beyond. How do you know there won't be any more?
The workshop where I found it was long abandoned. You're safe.
Good. My troops want to spit and shake your hand, as my brother would have. On behalf of Pitchcliff and my family, I thank you. My suggestion? Keep an eye on those Karja. My suggestion?
I've been rewatching Enlightened on HBO since The Last of Us is out.
Yeah.
It's got Laura Dern and Mike White.
Okay.
And
what's it about, if I may ask?
It's only 2 seasons.
Okay.
And it's about a woman having a mental breakdown. And
wow.
It's like going through kind of her recovery after like having a public breakdown in her job.
Okay.
But then you see all the trauma in her life. And you see her fight, and she's like, everyone treats her like she's a horrible person and like she's a liar. But a lot of the time she's like, they've actually been really abusive to her.
Mm-hmm.
And like, she's trying, but also look at what she's got to work with. Yeah. But also she's a lot, like, she's not a great person. She hurts a lot of people, but also it's like, oh my God, what would anyone do in this situation to a degree? Of it's just like someone, and it's without going the Office level, like, uncomfortable comedy thing where it's like demeaning. It is that kind of you're getting secondhand awkward on her behalf, but it's not approaching it from a mocking angle. It's like earnest.
Oh, so it's like that tinge of reality
And
is very.
so she works at a company and she like just sincerely cares about like the injustice in the world around her. And so people feel all guilty around her, but it's part of it is because like she's kind of been selfish, but it's also like she's had trauma without support.
Huh.
And so it just goes on her like journey and you start to see that in everyone's lives and it's just very honest. And it was only 2 seasons and the thing is it was a show that now it's very fitting for kind of where the psychological environment's at, but it came out like over a decade ago. And so it got canceled even though people started to catch on to what it was really about partway through season 2. And it really just needed one more season to wrap up, but it didn't get that. But it's like got the guy that's Derek in The Good Place is in it. And they got Luke Wilson.
Oh.
Diane Ladd is in it, which is Laura Dern's mother and plays her mother in the show.
Really?
And so, like, she, like, straight up has a mental breakdown at work, screaming, saying, I'm going to kill you to her boss. Like, airing dirty laundry, opens the elevator door, like, I'll fucking murder you. I will end you. And then she goes...
the commercial for this.
Yeah, she goes to, like, a mental health rehab in Hawaii. And, like, has, like, a lot of healing and support through therapy for the first time she feels like accepted and feels like hope. And so she comes back and she's like trying to be a better person and she's like looks and like realizes her company's doing like shit stuff. And she's just very honest.
Yeah.
And kind of like has no tact. She's not bad motived a lot of times, but she seems selfish, but she's just like kind of constantly like one bad moment away from the end of her rope of holding everything together. And it's like a hard person to be around, but also like she's not evil. She's really fucking trying. And she ends up in that she keeps accidentally stumbling into kind of out of self-preservation, but it's self-preservation out of like being mistreated, and it's like it's uncomfortable to watch, but it's very real. It's like The Office if The Office was like actually real.
Yeah, like
kind of. But she like ends up becoming like a Twitter activist. But this was before Twitter activists were a thing, and like she brings down this company. It exposes a shit ton of corruption.
Oh my goodness. And it's called Enlightenment?
Enlightened.
Enlightened.
But it's like 30-minute episodes, and like each one has like a meditation that she's doing as her character's going through processing like her trauma and her failed attempts at like trying to, she becomes like the asshole who's trying to save everyone around her when she's like super fucked up and she like just like barely started like making her first steps and she thinks she can fix everyone, but she has no self-awareness to the people around her, but also like they also have no awareness of her, and like she seems like awful, but people don't know what she's working with, and so it's like if you had an idea you'd have a little more grace for her.
Right.
And but people just see like a trail of bodies because they can't get away with lying. Because she does, the part of the assholery is she calls people on their lives. And she's just it's just very interesting to watch. But she is a selfish person. But that's what I love about Laura Dern. Laura Dern intentionally tries to get roles where she's playing complicated people.
Yeah.
She wants you to see something to love in hateable people. She seeks out roles for that, but she created this show. Her and Mike White together created it, executive producer, acted in it. And it's got like Molly Shannon. I think I said the guy that's Derek in The Good Place. Luke Wilson, Diane Ladd, blah, 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 blah. It's so good. And it's like everything I love about Laura Dern on display. She starts off like having a breakdown. Like, she goes full psychopath in her workplace, like screaming, like, I will end you, to this dude, like prying open the elevator doors as it's shutting. Then she gets sent up to rehab. But then, like, she comes back and she's like, oh, like, the lawyers said that because it was, like, mental health related, you guys can't fire me. And it's, like, taken as, like, being super passive aggressive and threatening, but it's like, well, but also, like, she's not wrong.
Right.
Oh no, how dare she exercise her rights under the law?
Right.
How dare a person be human?
Yep. How dare somebody be a real human being for once?
That was the thing at IHOP where it was just like, we'd have a staff meeting where, like, Mike's like, you can sacred trust going to the gym. But then, like, immediately after, people are like, but you wouldn't really do that, right?
Right. And then you're like, yeah, but
Well,
you just
like, I
outlined that
like
it was,
actually like really need to like fit it in my
yeah.
schedule because like my physical health is important.
Uh-huh.
Like,
So, like, that's something I would
you
do on a
guys pay
regular
me
basis.
like pennies on the dollar for what work I'm giving you,
Right.
and I would like to go to the gym because I don't want to die young.
Mm-hmm.
I can feel my health declining from how sedentary this job is and how overworked I am, and the fact that all I can afford is moldy bell peppers from Mana for You. So, like, actually, yeah, I was kind of planning on doing what we were literally told we're allowed to do. Yes. What the fuck, guys? What the fuck? I don't know, that's like having a lack of faith or something. But then COVID happened, and oh yeah, people really like taking your health seriously is a lack of faith. Let's not wear masks or get vaccinated.
Right.
What the fuck, guys? I literally got a degree in health sciences. Don't argue with me on this. I know more than you. Like, and it's not like, oh my god, like, yeah, sure, your uncle's a doctor, but also, what's his specialty?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just so absurd. Like, yeah, well, I've been to chiropractors that told me to get, like, crystals. So, like, just because someone got a degree, that, like, not everyone got wisdom when they were in pursuing their fields. Like, going undergrad
Exactly.
with a bunch of pre-meds is why I'm afraid to go to the doctor, because I tutored
Right.
people that became physicians, okay? Guys, in, like, basic concepts. And, like, not people I worked in a hospital, and you know what pharmacies do in the hospital? They have a team of pharmacists that are specialists that check doctors' work because, oh my god, it needs checked. Like, doctors aren't that smart. They're humans who know a lot and worked really fucking hard to get expertise in a specific area. Okay. That doesn't actually make them better judges of every area, like virology and immunology
No.
and epidemiology. So, like, you actually got to go to the virologist and the aerosol scientist and the, like, and not every doctor is thinking of that because they're humans, okay? Like, that's like why before any drug is dispensed, there's not just a nurse choosing to do that. There's not just a doctor ordering it. Everyone's checking everyone's work because medicine acknowledges that humanity. Like, that's important. And so, like, consider that when you're making your own healthcare decisions for your own safety. And don't just
Yeah.
listen to your one uncle that's got an opinion that goes against the grain that makes you feel like less afraid, maybe, but also, like, is it actually safer for you? I don't know. I'm
Right.
not trying to fearmonger. I actually just really fucking care for people, and it makes me sad to see them, like, being, like, you know, go on fad diets or weird nutrition, like, supplements, like,
Mm-hmm.
and spend all this freaking cash on it. Okay, guys. What if you didn't? You understand what the Orange Book is? Because that really helps you guide your decisions on, like, non-FDA regulated over-the-counter supplements, even though they're being sold in a pharmacy. That doesn't make them effective. So, like, just look into, like, the basics of, like, how simple something can be in affecting the efficacy of a drug based on how it's compounded. Like, you can understand this concept when you're cooking. The order you add ingredients and how you treat them matters. You can have, even with the same ingredients, flour, sugar, egg, but you can get so many different outcomes based on the order you combine them and then what you expose them to after you do that, and how you, like, the temperatures and everything. So it's like, that's the same thing that can make something that could be a toxin in certain settings not in another. Like thimerosal. Right. People are afraid of the mercury in vaccines. Well, it's not toxic in that form.
Right.
Like, chemistry's complicated, but we've learned a lot about it. There's also limits to what we do and don't know, and there should be a little more humility in how it's discussed among experts sometimes, because that gets in the way of people listening to their expertise. Mm-hmm. And so, like, that matters too.
Right. And it should matter. Even if you don't understand it or realize it, like, it 100% should matter.
Because, like, okay, like, the outcome of business as usual is people don't want to listen to experts. They don't trust them. And I don't blame people, because I've been to doctors who, like, literally just blow me off or treat me like a liar. When I injured my shoulder in the workplace, I was treated like I was faking it, and they're just like, you just have to go through a little pain to get better, honey. And, like, then I get to the actual person who's, like, working on my shoulder, and they're like, don't listen to the person that was telling you that, because they've actually exacerbated your injury. Like, don't do what she says anymore for your own health. Yeah, like, they only tested my arm that I hurt. They didn't test my healthy arm. So their baseline was, they were considering normal as a baseline. So while I was within normal limits on flexibility, like my range of motion in that arm, it wasn't within my normal. I had a reduced range of motion. It just was not against the normal range of motion. But if you test my left arm, I have a larger than normal range of motion. So, like, there was loss of range of motion, so there was underlying injury, but I was treated like I was faking it. And so she was giving me stretches and, like, not imaging.
Right.
It was like,
claiming that you were faking it and that you just.
Well, that was a month of healing that we lost out of the 3 months I'm allotted for it to be covered through workers' comp. So that's cool. Thanks. And then they wanted me to take permanent partial disability. I'm like, well, like, they give you like $100 payout or something, and it's like, you're gonna give me $100 for my joint not working? Like, what? And then I'll probably lose my job. That's cool.
What was that?
What, in the game?
Oh no, I heard a loud crash.
Oh, in your life?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, my mom just dropped her remote.
Gotcha.
But it was extremely loud. I thought somebody fell or something. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I've always wondered how doctors look at stuff like that, because my mom, you know, well, at first she thought she just dislocated her shoulder. Then found out later that she actually tore her rotator cuff. So, you know, the doctors were like, oh, no, you can't fake that. Like, you're in a lot of pain. But at first, yeah, it was just like people told her to stretch it out and just, you know, like the same thing. Just like, well, it can't be that bad. Like, and she's like, no, I've done this before. I know what this feels like. You know, and just everybody doubted her until she went to the doctor and he actually took an x-ray and was like, oh, actually. You know, and it's like, why did it take that long for somebody to have the right understanding? Like, it took 4 professionals in varied fields to say something.
It took 4 years
like that.
to get someone to test me for ADHD. And I can't even get them to, like, I couldn't even get them to have the conversation. And then as soon as someone actually sat down and did an evaluation, within minutes they were like, oh yeah.
Yeah, immediately.
See, all you had to do was like actually ask yourself the question. But it took 4 years of me paying people and being treated for what wasn't the problem that people got paid for. Like, okay, like that's money that I don't have. That's hours of my life. That's years of my life. Like, oh my god, guys. Like, I'm not expecting perfection, but I'm expecting, like, a little better than this. You have to, like, remember there's a person on the other end. Like, and if I'm protesting, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I actually just, like, my life is depending on this. Help? The stuff you're giving me isn't helping, and it's not a matter of time or, like, believing in it harder. That doesn't sound like medicine to me. Guys? Oh, well. What can you do?
Yeah.
Hey, Klaus. Good to see you. Anyway. What do I want to do? What else is there? I'm running out of stuff. Oh, we haven't met Bryn yet. But if I get started on that, I'm going to want to finish it. You know, let's go meet Bryn. Let's just meet Bryn.
Let's just meet Bryn.
Be introduced. Where is he? Oh. Sorry to hear your knee hurts. Oh, though I'm not doing hunting grounds. That's just not fun. I don't like being timed.
Yeah, I get the challenge, but yeah, I'm the same way.
I just not with 0 skills on. It just won't be fun for me.
Yeah, because that's an extreme
I know my limit. Like,
yeah.
I just, if it changes, I don't know, but I just don't see myself changing my feelings on that. I don't like being timed, and it just feels stressful to me. I've already beaten the hunting grounds on ultra hard with skills. I don't want to prove myself. That's good enough for me.
There you go.
Like, I'll leave it at that. Where am I going? Oh my gosh. Literally there. I just have to understand that there's a glint hawk and that that's gonna happen. But yeah, Enlightened is a very good show. Hey.
Okay. Well, good. Now I know exactly what show it is, because I saw the commercial for it quite a while ago, and I was like, oh, I bet that's hilarious.
It is
but also
hilarious.
extremely like fun and endearing and
It's so sweet. It really is. She's very childlike. And just like that, or at least my read on it, but not me. I don't think some people probably will hate her character. I just find her honesty refreshing. But she's also a terrible person. Like, don't get me wrong. She really disrupts the lives of people around her. She's the kind of terrible most people fear becoming the most, which is she accomplishes a lot of justice through just being tenacious and not playing the game,
yeah.
which people consider terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to get my health up so I can change it. Now I'll go in talking to him in Banuk gear. That just feels right, actually. Like show headpiece. Okay. This one just doesn't have it. Hello, Bryn. What's up, buddy?
Tribal girl. You're a hunter. Machine hunter. I can smell it on you. They're
A
all
hunter is a hunter, even in the dream.
Oh, your hands are stained. Can I just scent your fingers?
No.
No, of course not. No. Forgive me. In my head, it's addled. Heavy with the taste of metal and lightning and prophecy. Do you dream of the metal world, Huntress? That's what you, Nora, call it.
The ancient world?
Yes, you've almost touched it. You hunt the machines, strip the parts, reach into their guts, let the sacred fluids run out, spilling away into the earth, wasted. Open your mouth to insight. Drink up. That's what I did. I'm Bryn.
Yeah. Looks like it.
Oh, Bryn.
Those wounds. A sawtooth gave them to you on the hunt, didn't it?
Oh, not just any sawtooth. Not just a hunt. I was low, quiet in the long grass, spear at the ready to bring it down. Then, the scent, the taste of its blood overcame me. I pounced, wrestled it down, bit into it. Oh, so close. A shiver through my teeth as they ground along the wires. But its teeth won out.
You're lucky to be alive, I think.
Until the wounds mend, flower into scars, only my mind can wonder. But why not trade, Huntress? You bring me the blood, I tell you what it reveals.
You really drink the blood of machines?
I heard tales of a tribe from the land where the sun goes at night. They were suckled from the machines. No, it's true. Took wisdom and strength from it. Drew closer to them. Then the tales go dark. A whole tribe disappeared.
I wonder if that's where we're going with the burning shores.
Can't be good for you.
Oh, first it made me sick.
I hear excitement.
No, something just clicked. Because Bryn would have gone looking for them. And then in the data point, it talks about people who dig holes in the sand and then fill them back up. So what if they found a bunker and they're living in it? What if we go... okay, anyway.
You're Banuk. Is this normal for your tribe?
My tribe. No tribe.
Because Bryn wants to go looking for
The
them.
other shaman said, "You've
And what if
drunk
Fast
the
Silver
machine
is there?
spirit's madness," they said. "This is not the way of things."
What if that's what wakes up the Horus?
Stripped me out on the ice and left me to die. Said that's the way of things. Cold, unending.
They cast you out. But you survived.
Perhaps. I remember the chill pressed in slow, spear-tipped. Tall necks gathering their great dark heads over me like a garland. Then I was walking again, walking back to my once tribe. To return is to be forgiven. But I kept walking. No one stopped me.
Oh, Bryn.
These dreams you have.
Oh, you're curious. Good. It'll give you a long life. I wish that for you. That's my blessing. Now we're sworn. I'll tell you how the visions began. All is silence. The sky is dark. I gather up the world and peel it back, expose the ancient metal beneath, like skinning a rabbit. It's warm to the touch, warm as the sun. Pressed against it, I feel sound. My heartbeat is the thunder of titans rising. Machines bigger than mountains, stronger too. The metal world carried on their shoulders.
I'm not sure I like these visions of yours.
They're an answer. But to what questions? I must know. I'll share.
It's been interesting, but I should be on my way.
Roam far, huntress, and remember, the blood is precious to me. Yes. Good hunting at the Ridge of Vales. If you fell a sawtooth, bring me what spills, won't you? Not enough metal in the rainwater. Not for my taste.
Or maybe too much.
Yes. You don't fear knowledge. You reach into its flame.
I don't have your machine blood. I just wanted to talk.
I accept.
It's always an experience with you.
Go where the hunt takes you, but let the blood lead.
Let the good blood guide you. A hunter is a hunter, even in the dream. Genesis, we gotta get you back into Bloodborne.
Yeah. I just... Oh, my goodness. I think that style of game is difficult for me because of the open-endedness of it. And so I need to, like...
It's not, though.
See open-endedness as a good thing. Well, it is for me because I don't see, like, a particular reason to continue in any one direction. It's like one might bore me, I'll try another one, then I might die, and then I'll try a third and forget I was even at one or two.
We just gotta get you to where you have multiplayer, and then I'll help you.
Right. And that's probably the most difficult part because I cannot
You're like
get past
right
any of
by
the
it,
things
though.
Yeah, I know it's
there's
like the
just
next
there's a
thing.
thing inside of you that you need breakthrough in. It's your mother wound. I'm kidding. I'm
That's
kidding.
real.
I'm sorry.
That's so
No.
real. We just need to pray you through.
We'll just get you in Prisoners of Hope. Easy squeezy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only 6 weeks long, right?
Yeah, just get we'll just put you in Living Waters.
Uh-huh. Right, it's
Let
fine.
a bunch of people tell you it's codependence.
Yeah. And
That'll be
you're the problem.
$300.
Yep. Jesus. How is that even right in any realm of anything? Like,
No, but you don't. They went to a church program, and that's their certification, so they're good. It's good. They're qualified now.
yeah, they're absolutely
They're
100% qualified.
there's you should trust them. They don't go on Facebook saying that, oh, this internship track is so boring because no one is in any red flags except for one person. And then the leader of the whole thing doesn't go on and say, well, that's because green flags are hiding something. That's not how they talk about people on a public post and then block me after I'm like, that's a shitty way to talk about people.
Right.
I'm the asshole.
Right. You're
It's
the
very
problem.
simple. I'm the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I was mean.
Mean person.
I'm getting too good at this blast trap playstyle.
It says, blood is precious. Okay.
You know, I have a friend that says the blood is precious too. Couple of them. Oh my god. Did you see what I posted today? Oh, never mind. I'll message you on Instagram about it.
Okay.
It was just a funny interaction I had with someone. Like, oh my gosh. They were very encouraging. They were just like, I just wanted to tell you I showed this thing to someone else. And they were like, that's exactly it.
Right. You're like, oh my gosh.
And I just wanted to tell you that I think that and they think that, because sometimes you just need someone to be like, you're right. You're actually right about that.
Right.
No, like, I see what you're saying, and yeah, that's a really good way to put it. Thanks for saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. I did need to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because holy crap.
And that's what we call genuine care for humanity.
Yeah. It's like took 3 seconds to send that text. That very much encouraged me, because holy freaking shit. I've had people block me because I've just tried to be like, hey, so there's this stuff that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe we need to have a chat publicly, because you haven't had the best record of doing it in private. So, what have you got to hide, guys? Because I actually know, and maybe some of it shouldn't be hidden. At least not within the community, guys. We gotta have a chat for real.
Huntress, you've brought me the blood of the sawtooth. Yes, I smelled it up
Oh,
here.
goodness.
Don't make me regret it.
Wait here. It takes time, and the visions are strong. No matter what you hear, what screams.
Chug, 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 chug.
Starting to regret it.
Before the time of the sawtooth, the machines ran as one pack. Metal drumming on metal, keeping pace out to the lightning's edge. The rumble of low storms, that's them in motion. And then, a confusion. Something has changed. The great direction breaks, splits off like a dead branch. They're tumbling now. When they recover, violence is what they know. Now, metal screeches on metal. A death dance, learned from wars before our eyes had learned to see. The sawtooth, the ravager, they hunt in the long shadows of others. Jagged shapes, old shapes with bloody eyes. And the machines no longer rise and swell as one thing, an all thing.
You're quite the storyteller. But what's it mean?
Oh, meaning is not for me to say, only what I saw.
And you saw all that?
Yes. Doesn't it make you wonder? The machines that drive other machines mad, corruptors, it's their venom I must taste next.
Do you have any idea what that could do to you? Oh, you've drunk it before, of course you have.
I found fallen ones on Coiled Canyon's cliffs. Under the sun, it boiled inside them. The vapor. Intoxicating. Yes. You don't...
I don't have your machine.
I accept.
Your visions. I want to hear them again.
This hits so different after playing Forbidden West. I'm not going to expand on that, but oh my god. That's why I'm listening to it again.
Before the time of the Sawtooth, the machines ran as one pack. Metal drumming on metal, keeping pace out to the lightning's edge.
Mom's flying spaghetti monster.
That's them in motion. And then
Not going to expand on that either, but you know, that is a very true statement.
the great direction breaks, splits off like a dead branch. They're tumbling now. When they recover, violence is what they know. Now, metal screeches on metal. A death dance. Learn from...
There's just going to be some Glinthawks and Lancehorns.
The Ravager,
I think he was fighting over on this same cliff the other day.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. I don't know, I was just walking around. It's such a pretty game. I have pots, so it's hard for me to hike, but I can hike in this game.
It's always an experience with
If I didn't have such bad pots, I would like to get a nice camera and go out and actually hike, but there's a lot of steps for me to get to that. I do live in the right area of the world for it. Freaking Arizona. It's just actually doing it with the...
Yeah, like, just the beauty of everything around you.
If I stand up to go to the bathroom, my heart jumps to 140, so...
There you go.
Hiking's not exactly on my short list. Okay, this is far. I'm gonna do fast travel around the corner.
That's the one thing I hate about dialysis is like right after, if I stand up, my heart rate's like 195. And it's like, they can't, you know, do anything about it, I understand, but still, like...
Worst part is my body also associates racing heart with panic attacks, and they start to cycle into one another. And it's really hard to not have that happen. And then panic attacks make me tense, and then that gives me muscle spasms. And then I get migraines.
It's the whole effect.
The reason I'm very protective when things start to like hit up against my buttons is it turns into a 2-week cascade of physical pain in my body. Because then it like goes down the whole list to like my digestive issues with my gastroparesis flare up, because it's my rhythms getting out of motion. So I also it's a dysautonomia, so it's actually my nerves. It's not my gut and it's not my heart, but it affects my heart rate and it affects my gut, and they're firing at their own pace, point blank. And so things can make that worse.
Right.
And so it's just a very narrow bandwidth. It's an absurdly narrow bandwidth that I'm operating within, and it's not my choice. It's not what I want. It's just what I have.
Yeah, it's just, that's how it is.
Like, literally, that's how it is. It's just what I got. Doing what I can over here.
That was the hand that you were dealt with.
And it wasn't always like this, but it got worse. Probably around the time I was, you know, eating moldy bell peppers.
Now, did you know that at the time that was going to be like a...
Nope, I didn't know that. I was always just told I was lazy, so I thought the problem was me. I thought I just didn't have enough willpower and everyone else was better than me. And I'm just a terrible person, so...
Screw people. It's just so bad. That's just terrible that, like, somebody actually made you feel that way.
Bro, my dad said he was going to leave the family when I cried on more than one occasion because my tears were fake and I was trying to manipulate him. And if I don't stop trying to manipulate him, he's leaving the family again. And it's my fault for being manipulative, for crying. After he would like belittle me until I cried. And then I was bad for crying. It's just like, y'all don't know what I'm fucking working with here. I'm a miracle based on what I've been through. I am just like running on ice with roller skates on. Trying not to fall. I'm doing a good job with what I got. Damn it.
For real. You are making it work.
Rude.
Back to your business.
Oh, the sliding effect didn't trigger. Listen, do you hear there's no... There's a little bit, but it's... I feel like it's normally more. Yeah, there should be something trailing with that.
Easy.
That's weird. Oh well.
Talks. Looks like I'm not the only one who likes those characters.
What a pretty fight. Like, look at this light. This is what it really looks like living here. No exaggeration.
It is pretty.
This is what the West sunsets look like. It's exactly right. Thank you, Gorilla, for honoring the vibe. Dude. So many Glinthawks tonight. Look at how pretty it is. This is really what northern Arizona looks like, guys. When I was about to go off to college, the summer before I left, I worked for my dad at his house during a period of time when I was talking to him. I would go out to his house that was on county land, north Arizona. I mean north of Phoenix, not Arizona. I can't talk words.
Okay.
And I would like wash the horses by hand and stuff. You know, like just with a hose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, they love
we
that.
had the stall, and you know, give them a nice like scrub down and like just really, and hand wash the motor. He had motorcycles. He had a like a $30,000 or $40,000 Harley because he inherited a bunch of money when his dad killed himself. Which is a whole topic. And ooh, sorry, I'm just thinking about the light. All right. There we go, right there. I like it. Look at that. But so he was paying me to like come, like I would find the scorpions and stuff so that the dogs wouldn't get stung. And, like clean up the dog poop. You know, just go through the yard once a week. So it's a pretty big property. Clean up the horses and hand wash all the vehicles. A couple times a month.
Okay.
But like, so I'm out there, you know, hand washing horses, and it wasn't cliffs like this, but it's still, there was like some trails going back into a mountainside, but like not like pine tree mountainside, like stony mountainside. And like horses, obviously, and it would just be like this silent with just this barely a breeze, like desert stillness in the middle of summer. And I'd be out there with a hose, washing a horse. And there would be birds flying overhead. And it would just be just like this. So I'm going to just set the camera here and just like, because it was just this vibe, and I'd be out there washing a horse with just this desert silence. Like there was no signal out there. I couldn't like, I had like the CDs I brought with me, and that's what I listened to.
Yeah.
It was either the Honk soundtrack. I was in the production of Honk. Look, there are 2 Thunderjaws on the map right now. I was in a production of Honk. There's, and then I would listen to Aryon's The Human Equation, and like those were the CDs I brought with me.
Wow.
Anyways, I just want to put like just look at this and watch the Thunderjaws pace for a minute, and listen to the birds chirp.
Can smell the new day on the wind.
See that charger? Or is it a broadhead? This is something I miss in Forbidden West. Look at how far out the animals are rendered. It just is so... It makes the world just so much more livable, like, it's alive.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild. God, this looks like northern Arizona. Look at the tall neck. Got the little ones grazing down there. There's 3 of them, 4 of them maybe. Right on the little... Like, that's so wild that you can see them from this far out. This looks incredible on PS5. It's like playing a whole new game. God, this is beautiful. Thank you, Guerrilla Games.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have to. You chose to.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, you guys
Mass
didn't have
Effect
to go
Andromeda
that far.
came out at the same time as this. And Mass Effect Andromeda is beautiful, but this game did way
It is.
better at scale.
Yeah.
Like, Andromeda...
Also, Mass Effect Andromeda could not get its story together. Like,
I liked it. I think people hated on it
how
too
far
much.
did you get into it?
I did the whole game.
Oh,
I
you did
liked
beat
it.
it. Okay.
Yeah, I liked it.
Okay.
I played it
Well,
extensively last year.
I
It was
need
the
to
first
give it
game
a
I played
full,
after Forbidden West.
recommend, but
I
okay.
played the female, and I modeled my character after Beta.
Okay.
It was the first game I played after playing Forbidden West, and I modeled the sibling after Aloy, and I put a focus on each of their cheeks.
Nice.
And then I got in a relationship with PB, so a 1,000-year-old girlfriend.
Okay. PB's awesome. Yeah.
Although she's not young, she's young.
Makes
but
sense.
like, and it was
Yeah, she's a young 1,000.
the whole thing hits very interestingly because Reapers look like Horuses.
Ah.
And I already, when playing Mass Effect 3, because when the Legendary Trilogy came out, I did a playthrough and I platinumed all 3 games. I didn't do the platinum that came with the Legendary Edition because I didn't want to play on Insanity. No, thank you. But like, I got like all 3 Paramours and stuff like that. Did all the DLCs that it came with. Like platinumed Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 2 years ago, or whenever it was that came out. Look at the Grazers. Or the Lancehorns. Like, I can't believe they are this far out. This is so pretty. You can see the top of a Thunderjaw off in the distance. I'm sad they got rid of the Thunderjaw antenna in Forbidden West. It's funny because the Thunderjaw outfit has the antenna on it as it's like, this is a Thunderjaw feature, but they got rid of the antenna on the Thunderjaw. I'm just like, how?
Yeah, that's like the main thing.
What was the... I like his little bouncy little bloop bloops. Look at him go. Look at him. That really sucks that you want to do that, but that your knee won't let you, Klaus. But you gotta take care of your knee.
Yeah, got to.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, the body
you get
is
one of them.
all that we got.
This is so pretty. What do you mean audio went south? Is it doing funny things?
Looks good to me.
In-game audio is turned down because of... I guess I could turn it back up a little. Since we're not talking much. It turns down slightly because of the chat as well.
Yeah. So you were talking about Thunderjaws recently, seconds ago, and I just bought this in-game's version of a Thunderjaw, and I only died twice, and it's on what I guess this would be like the notch above medium, so like hard but not very hard, but not ultra hard.
Gotcha.
And I've recognized, like, the game is very stingy when it comes to, like, your, how do I put it, like your skills and your material to, like, gain those skills, because it's really trying to set you at a pace, you know, like, there's certain things it doesn't want you to fight at certain times. And I'm just like, no.
Like, it lets you see them, but it's like,
yeah.
Hey, what if we wait a second?
Yeah.
That's like the first time I came upon a frickin', and that's like coming out here, and there's like a Stormbird immediately after you go through the frickin' Day Tower gate. And then you run into a frickin' Thunderjaw on the way to Meridian.
Right.
The game's like, hey guys, you'll be good enough for this later. If you want to try your luck now, go for it. But good luck.
Yeah, have your fun. Yeah, so I enjoy the fact that I'm doing, you know, like what I want and still making progress and still, you know, winning. But I get now why it's like the first thing the game says is like, if you come across a thing that's covered in red, run away. And I'm like, okay, well, I hear you. I appreciate your input, but we are closed for service. And doing our own thing.
See, you should love Bloodborne.
For that one reason?
Yeah.
Because that's what the game's doing. The game's
that's
like,
what it's all that you can skip all the stuff you keep dying to. Just stop trying to play it the way you've been doing it.
Well, then I'm gonna have to let you tell me exactly where to go, because I don't see any other way to go but to do the thing that I'm doing. But if there's a route around it,
well, I don't even know what you've been doing. But if we want to talk about it, like, we can figure it out. What have you been doing? Walk me through it step by step.
I'm at the very beginning. I have just gotten out of the main tower. I've got my first weapon, and
You got the shredded cane.
And there's two routes to take. There is a group of people in front of a massive door, and they're like congregated around a fire. So it's that direction, or to the very south of that, there is a giant fat thing with a giant axe. And I can either try to kill that and venture further in front of that, or I can go and try to take out this mob of people surrounded around this fire.
Okay.
And
the thing with the axe is like down by the carriage, by the gate that you can open by the base of the ladder, right?
Exactly, yep.
Okay. That thing is really hard to kill, so I don't blame you for hating that.
Uh-huh. But then, like, I watched a few YouTube videos, and people are, like, one-shotting it.
Well, there's a way to do it, but you gotta get your timing right on when you do your, you have to use your weapon, like your gun.
Oh, so there's an actual way to, like...
You have to use your gun at the right time.
Interesting.
Or there's crits.
Uh-huh.
That's a crit. And it's instead of like there is a parry system, but it's not a block parry.
Correct. It's like
it's the timing of using your gun, and you're either using a pistol or like a shotgun.
Yeah.
And so if you're using like the blunderbuss, then it's like a burst that's closer range that's going to hit, but it's a slower timing. The pistol is snappier, so I always go with the pistol.
Yeah, I have the pistol.
And so I'm really bad at the timing on those because they intimidate me and I get afraid of them. But basically there's a time when they go up for a weapon attack and they go into a big swing. And I actually, if you go onto my YouTube, I have some where I do it on the trolls, and it's different timing with the big axe guy, but on the trolls with the bricks and the logs, it's a similar thing where you just have to catch them at the right spot in their attack. And you have to be brave and let them come at you, and then you just pop them. It's like in freaking Breath of the Wild, where you have to just pop the button at the right time with your shield to hit the parry. Which is the same as Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, where
you just learn each creature's thing. You let them come at you, and then you just stand your ground and just tap at the very right time and reverse it into your crit. And so that's where you do, in Bloodborne, you either do a heavy attack on the right thing at the right time when it's unaware of you, or versus when you're in combat with it, then you're going with... What is going on up here? Going with firing your pistol. Now that's one combat style, but since you're using a Dexier style with the threaded cane, like that's how I play when I'm Dexy. But then every weapon has a different feel and timing of how that's going to work as well because of the nature of each weapon. So that's where the fun of builds comes in, because it's like, well, you can go through and play each thing. And then it's like the different weapon types. Like what's cool about the threaded cane is when you have it in its unlocked mode and it's in the chain whip form, that the type of damage that does is strong against beasts. Because it's like serrated.
Interesting.
And so you just got to learn the different damage types as well and kind of play all that stuff against itself. But they just don't explain it to you in the game. So that's what makes Souls games hard. So it's just like the first time you play it, you don't know the mechanics. And they're not self-explanatory. And that makes them super cool. Like,
right.
And then everyone just goes online and looks it up. And so it's just like, well, you could have just had that in the game. But okay.
Yeah. It's like, okay. Thanks, guys.
I like them. I don't care. You don't have to change anything. But I just think that people like get all egotistical about being a Soulsborne gamer, and it's just like, guys, literally, you want to know the trick to playing a Soulsborne game? Turn off the music and put on something else, and then it's half of the difficulty is gone.
Which is so wild to even think that, like, that one simple trick could actually be such a game changer.
Stop overthinking it. You're telling yourself it's hard, and that's half of what's making it hard.
Yeah.
And just don't get me wrong, they're difficult games. I still haven't beat, like... I don't even remember his name. Godric? I'm not that far in Elden Ring, but I got pretty far in Bloodborne. I beat Ebrietas on my first try. The trick is get right up on it with the Blades of Mercy. Works fine for me. Like, I got pretty far. I've beaten Lady Maria. That's an accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
Second or third try. You'd love Lady Maria. You need
She
to
a
meet
nice
her
lady?
and learn her story. Well, yes, actually, she is.
Okay.
That's the problem, is that she is, in the end, a nice lady. And she's, but not, the problem is time is a weird thing. Time is a weird thing. Time is a weird soup,
It really is.
as Critical Role put it. Have you started watching Critical Role, Genesis?
I have.
Did you start? Which campaign did you start with? I gotta know.
Let me look, because I didn't look at it. I just was like, I'm picking this one. It's in my favorite.
Like there was a campaign 1, 2, and 3, and the order does matter a little, I think, because it's just some of the stuff that is like meme that builds on itself within the fandom, but also it doesn't. You're not gonna. I promise you're not gonna enjoy it less. Like,
yeah,
it'll just be a different story in the end.
It was definitely like 2, but I'm trying to think.
What characters were you meeting?
Yeah, I've got to get to it. Let me find it.
No worries.
What are you?
That reminds me of continental breakfast. Continental breakfast, you say? Continental breakfast? I have so many coils. Where am I going? Let's go there already.
Okay, so it was campaign 2. Let me save campaign 1. Just 'cause
I feel like for the experience, I'm partial to release order, if you will. But that's just because how I experienced it. Because I'm like, you get certain things spoiled if you hit them in campaign 2 first.
Gotcha.
Like, not to like parasocial it up, but like literal like life developments in the cast's life and stuff, which like they do put themselves into it. So it's like getting to watch them grow together as humans is part of the experience for me, and it's an important part for me. But also, you don't have to do that if you like don't want to. But for me, that's like part of
Honestly,
what makes it special.
It was just a random pick. It wasn't even something I like.
Oh yeah, totally. And I mean, literally each season is like 115 episodes that range from like 3 to like 9 hours. So
yeah, I was
like,
about to say
it's a lot. You're 1 or 2 episodes out of order is not going to mess anything up because holy shit, there's so much going on. But that's part of why I'm like, really, the lore is a lot that builds on a lot, and so like getting. Also, there's a lot of like inside jokes or meme within the community and within the cast and stuff that is just like gonna make more sense and be funnier if you understand what's going on by watching it develop.
Okay.
Oh,
well, then
those
I'll go
howls.
back to 1 because I totally don't even remember like the hour and a half to 2 hours I was in it.
Plus, campaign 1's the one that's already got an animated show coming out. So in order to properly experience the animated show, you can do that without spoiling shit if you watch the campaign. Because you can get caught up in the campaign pretty quickly. It's like maybe, I don't know, 40 or 50 episodes into the campaign where they're at right now. I don't know. I don't track that very well. But like, it's within the first half because shit goes fucking wild later on. So like, you could relatively catch up to a degree. Not all the way, but a bit. Oh my god, I made the whole valley angry. Where are you, Bryn? what was going on in the episodes you watched?
And see, that's it. I couldn't even tell you that I
Gotcha.
remember because I was also playing Forspoken, so it was just kind of in
Real.
the background.
That's real. I get that.
But I wanted to hear it and kind of like grasp what I was gonna like really be diving into when I sat with it. And it was hilarious. That was kind of what made me like pause and go back to it, and then unpause and go back to it, because I was like, man, these guys are hilarious. Like they're making this worth the watch.
Fucking
you know?
brilliant improv, and Ashley Johnson is a comedic genius.
Yes, like
she's the reason I started watching it. She because like she's like a silent but deadly. Like her whole thing is like it's just like a like one-off under the breath, and then it's like she's like so nonchalant about it, and then like you're like 3 seconds later you're like, wait a second.
Right. Like,
wait a second, and then you realize, oh, that's Ellie. Oh, that's Ellie. Oh, she's got tricks up her sleeve, because Ellie came out of that. Right.
That's literally Ellie.
Hello, Bryn. I brought you your juice box. Your juicy juice.
So did you smell this blood coming? It stinks.
The richest is not always the sweetest, Huntress. In the jungles of the jewel, a fruit grows, but reeks of spoiled meat. Taste it, though, honey to the tongue. No. This is disgusting. These corruptors never belonged to the herds. They crawled from beneath desert or rust, from the bones of old machines. Sickness to spread. That's how they came. Cold metal runs hot, buckles with thorn cuts and tail stings. A fever of obedience. My ears are ringing. I grasp at my tongue. An ingot falls out, stamped with circles and lines. Directions, instructions to break a machine's will.
Yeah, don't. Just don't even do it, Sierra. Just don't.
Corruptor after corruptor tramples it in.
There are some things that are just not worth time and effort and money.
Kind of. How do you know these things?
It's not what I know, Huntress. It's what the blood knows. Am I the singer or the song?
I don't know what you are. Maybe get some rest.
No rest when there's unknown journeys to prepare.
That is interesting, though. I didn't know it had a Mercedes AMG engine within it. It's kind of wild.
Deep in the jewel.
Stalkers? Yes, I know of them. Oh, Stalker blood next? Sure, why not?
I want to hear that dream again.
The metal world's echo still sounds all around us.
I'm suddenly craving ramen noodles after talking about eating moldy bell peppers.
Oh my goodness,
We have some Maruchan chicken flavored, and I make it different.
Now, have you ever had the creamy chicken?
No, but I make mine creamy. I'm embarrassed to say it on the stream. I'll say the recipe involves cinnamon and brown sugar.
Delicious. Please don't be embarrassed.
On chicken ramen with garlic powder. The place where it gets controversial is the ketchup. But think about ketchup, brown sugar, and cinnamon and garlic powder is a freaking barbecue sauce.
It's exactly what it is, yeah.
Okay, guys. And then I toss in a little sour cream and cheese and drain the broth. Yes. And then when I have spinach, I'll mix in baby spinach, and I let the heat of the noodles cook the baby spinach and the cheese.
Yep.
And then what I'll do sometimes is I'll actually boil bacon before I put the noodles in. I boil bacon.
Boil bacon?
Bacon. This is so bad
Bacon.
for me. Okay, don't do this. It's
This is so horrible.
I do it in a low amount of water, and I boil bacon, and then I cook the noodles
Interesting.
in the bacon water
Oh, that's so interesting. But
with the
delicious
bacon in
sounding.
there, and so the noodles pick up the bacon flavor. And I'll only
Uh-huh.
put like half a strip in there, and I break it up into pieces, and I boil the bacon, and then the water gets bacony, and the water
Uh-huh.
evaporates as it's boiling, and then the noodles take up the bacon water. I don't do it often because you're eating the bacon grease.
Right, literally.
Like, sorry, but oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a controversial combination
Well,
of
everything
ingredients.
you just said about the combination is delicious, and I will eat it forever. And my arteries will just have to clog and be okay with that.
Metal runs hot, buckles with thorn cuts and tail stings. A fever of obedience. My ears are ringing. I grasp at my tongue. An ingot falls out, stamped with circles and lines. Directions.
Binary.
Instructions to break a machine's
Yeah, I
will.
usually add a soft-boiled egg to mine. And sometimes, just sometimes, if I have like a ribeye steak, I'll do that. And I'll
Nice.
slice it up on there.
Yeah.
I love the fact that the fixins make the ramen. The ramen isn't just like
Yeah.
the broth. Like,
Yeah. Well, I don't even ever do the broth. I don't like the little flavor packets,
Yeah.
and I'm talking like cheap ramen,
Yeah.
like the little orange packs, guys, like the
like the
12 for $2. Maruchan, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
Maruchan.
but the thing is, people are like, but the sodium. I'm like, I have postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. They literally prescribed salt pills for me.
Like, please give me sodium.
They literally want me to have more sodium in my diet. So, yeah, I think I'm okay with that, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So one of my roommates, Michael knew her. Her dad's a chef, and so like the other roommates were like, "Oh, Sierra, that's so gross," and she's like, "No, it's not. Here's literally 12 recipes that use those, like,
Right.
or similar. Like, guys, it's calm down." And then like one of them was like, "Okay, I'll try it," and they're like, "Oh my god, it's so good."
Oh, yeah, no wonder.
See. Just gotta be mean to me for no reason. Sorry that I tried to come up with something that met, and then I tried to come up with something that had everything I needed for my body to properly absorb vitamins. I don't know, like, so I've come up with some weird combinations. But on like, while trying to afford what I could afford when I was in college, because I put myself through a private university like an idiot. So, I'm not even armored right now. That's why I'm like, why am I taking so much damage? No armor. Oops. So, yeah, I was very broke. I didn't even have textbooks my senior year because I ran out of money. I had a job, but it was expensive to do all the labs I had. I was taking 18 hours a semester with labs and volunteering at church and had a job and volunteered at church more and was in like honor societies and the choir and went on mission trips and had to invest in music gear because I played in the band at church.
So it's like you were doing so much. It's like, why am I gonna...
Dude, my days started at 5 a.m. and ended at midnight every day. And I was like, I loved it. Because I was doing things I loved. I was building towards a future, and then I got kicked out of the band at that church and lost all of the friendships. And then people like, why aren't you raising partners? Well, people at my old church won't talk. I was told I'm not supposed to talk to them. because
Not
I
in
had
community
questions that sowed divisions. So, like, have you ever been shunned by a church before, guys?
anymore. Yeah. Or how about that on multiple occasions?
Yeah. Sorry I asked questions when things didn't line up with science. Where's your sibling, stalker?
This should be enough fluid.
What does it look like in my inventory? Bummer that there's no image for it.
These things are hard to catch.
I put these traps down. I want to fight another one of you. I used to be so afraid of coming over here because of the stalkers. They scare me. There you are, but then I got really like a lot better at spotting them. Now I'm not even armored.
Makes it a little easier.
Where's the third stalker? Man, I'm not hungry, but like the next time I eat, I'm making ramen. Maybe. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm like you. I'm not hungry, but I definitely, like you said, ramen, and I'm like, yeah, I could eat ramen.
Like, I might eat it tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
I don't eat a lot because of my gastroparesis.
Did you go
But I'm
grocery
also
shopping
like,
over?
no, because of the COVID in my house.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go soon now, but things like my grandma is, I don't know, there might be a surgery. Things are not,
Oh, gotcha.
it's up in the air, so it's been like my aunt came in town right after my roommate got over COVID. But then it's like stuff. The end.
Right.
Where's this other stalker at? I thought there were 3. Weren't there 3 of them? Just shooting a log, don't mind me.
Looks good.
I thought there was a 3rd stalker. Can you imagine if Bloodborne environments were done in this style and vice versa?
Oh my goodness. That would be really amazing, actually.
Like, they're not too far off from each other in a way, but they're also very far off from one another. Cinnamon is good. I started putting cinnamon on weird stuff after I had Skyline chili.
Ooh.
You ever had Skyline chili?
I have had Skyline chili.
Yeah, because it's right by you.
It's literally right next door.
Really?
Pretty much, yeah.
You live by a fucking skyline?
I do, yeah. It's in, let me think, it's some weird little town. It's not Belleville. Is it Shiloh, or is it...
How do you get yours? I like three-way.
Yep, I do three-way. I'm not partial to the onions,
That's
but
part
like,
of what
kind of
informed...
get over it.
No, I don't do the onions. I don't do
Yeah.
the...
I mean, I tried not to, but it's
I
like...
thought... Because I do the chili cheese... Maybe I do two-way. I thought noodles chili cheese was three-way.
Chili, yeah, two-way is the chili, the cheese, and the... Oh, what's that one thing? It's part of the chili, but it's not beans. It's something else.
Like the meat? What?
Yeah,
I'm
it's like a
confused now.
meat, but I can't remember if it's, you know, hamburger or what. Like,
Yeah,
but
that is
it's
the
meat,
chili.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
So
I've
then
only
there's
been in
that,
a
but
skyline
three-ways with
2
the
times.
onions. Yeah.
I don't do the onions. Then maybe I don't do the... I thought... Because then it's also the beans... I thought the noodles count as one of the things. And so I thought three-way was cheese, noodles, and chili.
Then it might be. It might be. I always thought the noodles was
and then
like the base, and then
five-way is beans, chili, noodles,
onions,
cheese,
beans.
onions.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Did I repeat myself? Things. All 5 things.
Yeah. Yeah,
but the thing is, they put clove and cinnamon in the chili, and so that's why I added cinnamon to my weird ramen. Because I was like, I do cloves sometime, but it's very expensive and it seems wasteful, and it doesn't add enough to like. But just a little pinch of clove, ground clove. Where am I? Why did I go? Oh, I came out to get a stalker blood. That's why I'm forever away. I'm not going all the way back there on foot. That's too much. Bryn lives by so many scary things. Oh
man. So I'm at this part in Forspoken where I'm fighting like 30 enemies, and I forgot that I could put on my cloak, which does auto healing after every enemy defeat. And so I just switched it out, and I just noticed, oh, I have no health, but then I killed 4 enemies.
That's always super fun when you're like going as though you're like wearing your armor, and then you're like, oh no, I'm not.
Yeah, definitely not.
I'm unarmored right now, speaking of. I'm gonna make it. It'll be fine, you guys. I'm an expert at this. Watch me. The best stealth is running.
I can get out of this.
Hey buddy, I brought you your juice box. Nummy nummy in your tummy tummy, buddy.
It's a clever trick they have, but no need to see what you can scent. This blood is sharp, Huntress. Flint sharp. The last time I took it into me, they say I slept the sleep of death and sweated dark oil.
All right. Try not to die.
A stalker, watching us, watched by us. In red eyes, I thought to see ourselves reflected. No, they were dull and set with a purpose precise from their machine mother foundries. They prey. They will not flinch. They are indifferent to the wild. They are final. They are weapons, that's all. My heart drops. Why look for understanding in the axe the moment before it splits your skull? No, there's more. The axe does not remember its smelting. These machines do, and pine for the metal world.
It's hard to know what to make of you.
Then open my mouth and look inside. A cave of echoes and memory, but not my own.
I mean, you're tough-skinned, I'll give you that. Especially on the inside.
I first drank at the spring of a fallen thunderjaw. The cables cried out like waterbirds. But felling giants is short work for you.
Trying to appeal to my pride?
No. To inevitability, Huntress. The tremor of their tread. Can you feel it? Tugging you to the eastern valleys?
So a thunderjaw next, huh? But of course.
I dreamed all this.
Again.
I dreamed as the machines do.
It hits so different after Horizon Forbidden West, but I don't want to spoil for people that haven't experienced Horizon Forbidden West yet, so I'm just going to leave it nebulous like that.
Your visions.
We're going to listen to his axe splitting
No
his skull.
spoilers, guys.
Line.
We're just having a friendly chat.
Having a friendly chat with a man who drinks machine fluids. Bryn.
A stalker. Watching us. Watched by us. In red eyes, I thought to see ourselves reflected. No. They were dull and set. Set with a purpose precise from their machine mother foundries. They prey. They will not flinch. They are indifferent to the wild. They are final. They are weapons, that's all. My heart drops. Why look for understanding in the axe the moment before it splits your skull? No. No, there's more. The axe does not remember its smelting. These machines do, and pine for the metal world.
It's always an experience with you.
Change comes, it rushes, Huntress, like time around an arrow.
Time around an arrow. Oh, Bryn, you lovable weirdo. Thunder jerky. In the Fun Valley. Well, let's go over and say hi to Petra. You missed the Petra quest, didn't you, Genesis? Still with us? You're in a fight in Forspoken, aren't you? Genesis? Did I lose you, buddy? There you are.
Oh, I'm here. Yep, like I said, I'm in the
it's all
midst
good.
of a 40
I thought so.
brawl. Yep.
That's the one thing about Forspoken. I don't like fighting big mobs.
Yeah.
Is it chaos?
Yeah. I will say, I love the non-mob mentality of Horizon over this.
Like, I have it on Ultra Hard, so they do, like, I have fought, like, 10 machines at a time or whatever. But...
We may not see Jor Grease and Balaja before tomorrow at this rate.
Bro, it's been, like, 2 weeks. They literally got pregnant, had the kid, and sent it off to college since I last saw them.
Oh, jeez.
You know the quest where there's the 2 people that are out to get behemoth cables, but they were, like, a blind date?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And then you learn all the Oseram euphemisms.
Yeah.
Yes. Really light the forge. I don't know. I'm making shit up. Don't listen to me, guys. Why would you listen to me? What are you doing? I was so encouraged to get that text from my friend saying that they were, like, saw what I was saying and agreed with it.
Right.
Means a lot. It's really encourage one another.
Oh boy.
Oh, the mob is dead. Oh, and my magic increased.
I've angered groups of machines. Help me.
See? You know the feeling. Terrible. You're like, I didn't do this on purpose, guys.
Birdie, go back to fixing nitrogen. That's what the guess is about what they do from someone that I don't remember.
Yeah, that's
I should credit whoever came up with the idea, but I don't remember who it was, so I'm very sorry. But they were, I don't know, talking about it like they knew what they were talking about, and so I'm just pretending
like
that
they had
well,
an
it's
idea.
I don't know, something to do with the electricity and nitrogen fixing in the soil. Don't ask me, yo. The thing is, Gorilla legit took ecology courses when they were designing some of the stuff for this. So I'm like, it could work. I can see it.
Yeah, do your thing.
Okay, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna have to set up some precautionary measures.
Oh, that's the thing.
You want Frederick, but not Edric. Yes, I'm doing blast traps. Deal with it, people. I'm gonna stay alive here. Bryn's gonna get his juice box. I'm not excited about the Stormbird, but I did one Stormbird tonight. I can do a second Stormbird. It'll be fine, you guys. It's gonna be just fine.
We'll make it.
This is why they nerfed blast wires in the next game, you guys. Me. They saw me make a GIF of one-shotting a fucking rock breaker. I'm not the only one that's done that, you guys.
I was about to say, yeah, but it was impressive.
But literally, ultra hard. I did it even with no skills. Ultra hard Queen's Gambit. You just put down a fuck ton of blast traps and then just let it. You can control where a rock breaker comes up if you don't move, and then shoot an arrow on the ground away from you. They go for. It's like, have you ever seen the movie Tremors? That's a rock breaker. Okay, Tremors is one of my favorite fucking movies. We didn't have a lot of movies as kids. We would go to Movies Galore, and they had some of the props from Independence Day and Starship Troopers. I shit you not. Best movie place ever. Just a reminder, everyone. Oops. Got sloppy, sorry guys.
And Sierra, you talk about one shot in a rock breaker. I just two-shotted a giant bear monster. But it took a lot to get that two-shot to happen. I definitely had to lure him into stuff. Ooh, Joanna. Joanna. That name sounds familiar. Oh, okay, different Joanna. Dubbing anyway.
That was fun!
Enough blood in this beast for Bren to set up camp inside it. There's a disturbing thought.
Horizon Zero skill. Not exactly
Literally.
2 Thunderjaws at a time, but still 2 Thunderjaws with no skill and no hide. And, using mainly a bow.
Yeah.
And only some of my traps over here got tripped, so... Yes, the traps were a little cheesy. But I tried to limit myself. Like, I could have just stayed with the freaking blast bombs the whole time on my base green level blast sling with a green level mod.
Oh, jeez. You only have a green level?
Yeah, check it. It's the freaking first one you get.
That's awesome. Literally, like...
And I just haven't modded, like, a little.
Uh-huh.
It was only plus 14, so it was pretty low level, low tier weapon there. On the bombs, at least. So, I liked it for the cinematic effect, okay?
Yeah.
Like, that first one, when I slid under it and hit it from below with the bomb, was fucking rad. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I should clip that. Oh, hey, while I'm here, I got a poem as a reward. Let's read the poem. What does oink mean, Klaus? Like, is that... how are you using that word? Think about this poem for a moment. What do you think it means in the context of this game? My battery's low on my controller, and I just had to fumble with the plug. Sorry. Even this morning, O swan, awake. Arise, follow me. There is a land where no doubt nor sorrow have rule, where the terror of death is no more. There the woods of spring are abloom, and the fragrant scent, he is I, is borne on the wind. There the bee of the heart is deeply immersed, and the desires no other joy. Desires no other joy. Interesting. The bee of the heart. So they tried to base the vibe of the game in general on nature documentaries.
Oh.
The music and everything. And you know, like, Julie Elvin, like, sings on frickin' BBC nature documentaries, like, if I recall correctly. So it's like, they did it right.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm watching a freaking nature documentary in the best way, which I grew up, we didn't have cable, so you know what I watched as a kid? PB freaking S. which in America, that's our public broadcasting station.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nature documentaries. It's like the mating habits of sea slugs and shit like that.
Yeah.
And that's what I watched as a kid, because it was either that or reruns of the same freaking Laverne and Shirley for the 9 millionth time.
Jesus.
So,
Help us.
Taxi, Laverne and Shirley, in Happy Days.
Oh.
I mean, not bad shows, but like,
No, but like when you
learning nature was more interesting than the same
Yeah.
sitcom plot again. So I learned a shit ton about a shit ton. And then, like, that's like when I had, like, birthday requests and stuff when I was like 4th grade. I wanted volcano books and movies. We'd go to the library and I would borrow documentaries on volcanoes and learn about them. And, like, I would get the books written for grown-ups in, like, 3rd freaking grade on tornadoes and meteorology because I wanted to learn about what happened behind Twister because I was very afraid of tornadoes after seeing that movie. So I watched it 30 times. Yeah, because we didn't get them, but then there was a tornado one time. It was an F-freaking-0. It blew a freaking, like, sign over, but, like, still, it was scary. Yeah, and then I learned that they can happen in Arizona, and I was like, what the fuck? And then we saw that movie, and I'm in 3rd grade. It's a scary movie for a 3rd grader.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Like, I'm not going to lie, when I first saw it...
So my response was to watch it 30 times and memorize it, and then I'm not scared anymore. Because it was also, like, fascinating with the music. So I bought the soundtrack.
Oh, such a beautiful soundtrack.
But the problem is that it wasn't the score. It was a bunch of rock songs that were referenced at times in the movie. And I was very disappointed because I wanted the score. And now I've found the score on the internet. So at least there's that. Because, oh my god, the score is fucking beautiful. There's this thing that happens when they see the tornado where they put this low growl sound effect in. But then there's this, like, the music is just these big, long notes of just this, and then you get the where they just, like, simulate, like, the blowing wind in the low strings, but with this terror in it because it's this chromatic unease. I wanted that, and instead I got 90s rock, which isn't bad.
Oh, I see what you mean. Music from the motion picture. Dang,
yeah.
Then I must have had the score somehow.
I hate you.
I hate me too for not knowing the difference. Because I had no
I hate me for not knowing the difference. I grew up in a town of 3,000 people, guys. And this was before, like, we had the internet, but it was dial-up, and the internet wasn't navigable back then.
It wasn't curable.
You couldn't just search the internet.
Wasn't,
you had to, like, find archives and lists to get information, and good luck getting what you could get the more niche the topic. Like, if someone wasn't into it, there wasn't a Wikipedia. Like, good luck finding information unless you can find someone who has that information. Like, I mean, I started browsing the internet in the early 90s as a kid because I was curious and we had it for business or something. And, like, my dad, like, my friend's parents came over, my parents' friends and my friend's parents both came over, and they had, like, you had to have a friend that, like, had a copy of a game for, like, some of the shareware stuff. Like, and so, like, they had some, like, games that were, like, earlier games that, like, you could only get if, like, someone, like, had it. Like, it wasn't online. You couldn't just download it. And it wasn't, like, for sale. It was, like, if people, like, were, like, doing their own weird mods to shit. Like, you had to have a buddy that had it. And then also, like, they had some of the earlier shooter games. There was this one called Heretic, where there's, like, these demons that you shoot this little wand at. And you should look it up sometime. It's a wild game. For the time, if you look at the year of it, it was like, I mean, Doom was already out, but it was still just, like, there wasn't a lot of options for that type of game back then.
Right.
But I didn't really do much PC gaming because freaking expensive to keep up with. Do you guys like that I'm just going on these slow scenic walks? I'm trying to like keep the camera in interesting angles and make it serene. Because sometimes watching a streamer play, like, I know what I'm trying to do and I'm in control of the camera, so I know my intent, but if you're not looking at the right part of the screen, what seems smooth to me could still seem jarring or disorienting, so I'm trying to be mindful of that. And make it relaxing to watch, to make up for how disorienting combat can be. It's also nice for me to exercise the patience of, like, not rushing, stopping and slowing myself.
Yeah,
Helps me relax at night before I go to bed. Like, I do this to slow my brain down. That's why I decided to start doing it every evening. I slow myself down and then I sleep better. And now I'm getting up earlier. I think getting my gallbladder out is most of the work that improved that. I literally, if you get, it's a thing, like fatigue. Gallbladder stuff can cause a lot of fatigue. And I got my gallbladder out in December, emergency surgery. And like, I swear I last 10 years. Like, I'm 10 years younger is what I mean. I still have my other health problems with like POTS and gastroparesis, which are both really uncomfortable and painful at times. But not as bad as the gallbladder stuff. Holy shit. I've had multiple people who have born multiple children each tell me that it is as bad, if not worse, than labor. And my mom, who also had 4 kids, told me that I sounded like a woman in labor. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep. She was like freaking out. Understandably.
Yeah, I would too.
It's not fun to be in an ER lot. Like, and here's the thing. I worked in a fucking hospital and I did stuff on ambulances. So I understood. I didn't call them until, I didn't head to the ER until I knew it was my gallbladder and that it was coming out. I didn't want to go to, like, risk COVID and shit. Like, hospitals are where you go to get sick. And I say that as someone who worked in a fucking hospital. Like, you expose yourself to a lot worse. And I just don't want to be around that in the holidays in fucking December. There's, like, a triple-demic going on, like, freaking RSV and flu and COVID all going around really bad. Like, no, that's not the time I want to be in a fucking hospital.
Right. That's not, yeah. Nobody wants to be there then.
But, yeah, my gallbladder decided differently for me. So I was like, okay, whatever. I'm going in. I know I'm going to get triaged at the bottom of the freaking totem pole. Like,
but they still got
and
you
I'm just going to be in pain.
Morning.
Well, yeah, but I didn't get pain medication until after my surgery. Like,
oh, wow.
I was just in pain. But the thing is, I was like, I knew, I didn't go in until I was like, this thing has to come out because this isn't going anywhere. So that's why I was just like, I went into the whole thing super like chill because I was like, okay, anytime you get surgery, there's a risk. And going into the hospital with all the diseases that are going around, there's a risk. And I was like, I didn't even want to get, if I get a freaking flu, when I've got wounds in my abdomen, I don't want to get a hernia. Like, just think about those things. That's not, like, dumb to think about.
No, that's very smart. I'm the same way. Like, I didn't know, like, COVID wasn't happening when I first got diagnosed, but I was the same way. I just was like, no, I'm gonna die if I don't go in now. The pain is too much to handle. I'm not eating. I'm not sleeping. I can't hold water down. Like, it's...
Yeah. And that was the stuff I was starting. I was like, literally, like, I'm losing hours a night, several times a week, several weeks a month, with increasing frequency every month over a series of months. Maybe I should see someone about it. But then there was some symptoms that like I knew for sure the diagnosis, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in. Bye, buddies. We build sturdy structures here.
I hunted that Thunderjaw you asked for. I should be the one telling a story this time.
You carry it with you. Beam wire burns and bruises, the salt lines of your sweat. See? On your skin, tiny metal flakes.
You mean it was a hard fight? How perceptive.
What signs you've shown me, Huntress. But now, the blood. I followed red trails through a green world. Thunderjaw, striding with the majesty of an old god. These wicked parts, fashioned to kill men. This great hole made to haunt the sleep of children. And I realize it is a young beast. It was not there to see the first strange birds roost upon a metal skull. It became because of us, hunters. I saw many of tribes gone and yet to come. I even saw you there, fiery-haired, fierce, bared.
What?
Bared of metal, Huntress. Bared of what we tore from their hides to be strong like them, savage like them. We built our world in the machine's shadow. Called them out with every strike of rock and hammer.
You think some machine, made the Thunderjaw because of us?
When you've tasted what I have, in the blood there's change. Such a change. It's colder than Banur, hotter than the Karja sun.
Does any machine walk or crawl that you haven't drunk from?
In the mountains north, the storm birds. Even the air in their passing crackles with potency. In the sweep of their eyes, they see all.
Don't get too excited. I'll get the Stormbird blood. Maybe. We'll see.
They must know how the orbit slows, fades, falls, decays, and yet returns to more than zero.
Yeah, uh-huh.
The metal world's echoes.
Let me hear that
all around us.
Thunderjaw evaluation one more time. What would you say makes a true stoic, Michael?
Your visions. I want to hear them again.
I think I'm tracking with you, but I'm curious what that means to you, because I feel like that's a word people use in several different directions.
I followed red trails through a green world.
Orbits?
Striding
Yeah.
with the majesty of an old god. These wicked parts, fashioned to kill men. This great hole made to haunt the sleep of children. And I realized
I would have to
it is a
agree.
young beast.
You are a true stoic.
It was not there to see the first strange birds roost upon a metal skull.
What does that mean to you?
Became because of
So
us.
I always think of stoicism as like
I saw many of tribes gone and yet to come.
above
I even saw you
average
there,
to like peak
fiery-haired, fierce, bared.
sense of
What?
everyone else's livelihood and health and a wellness. Not just above your own, but like working toward everyone else's health and wellness, and you not being a catalyst to anybody else getting sick or vice versa, you know? So not putting yourself in those situations, helping when needed. Stoicism is like, I don't know, I think a lot of people who take like a monk lifestyle are considered stoics. Just in the sense that they're like, their whole reason for existence is for other people. And I think you and I specifically have that heart, if nothing else. Like, we definitely have that heart. Which is rare, you know? It's just a rare thing.
What
So
do
he
you
may
make
be
of?
using stoicism in a different light, but
That's what I was
that's what
gonna.
I've learned of it. Yeah.
What would you make of Michael's definition?
Well, orbits I don't. Oh, hold on here. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you don't let the circumstances get to you, making the best of it emotionally. Um, Proactive, not reactive. Yeah, exactly. Like you tend to want to address the issue, want to get to the bottom of it, want to solve it, fix it, deal with it, and in a way that benefits everyone, not just like one person on one side, you know, which is again so difficult in this day and age with people being so selfish and having their own ideologies and, you know, I guess desires above like maybe what could be considered like social reality. Um, yeah, it's different from compassion. It's definitely more of a,
I've been seen.
yeah, I don't know how else to explain it other than like you putting others above yourself, but to the effect that it benefits everyone, including yourself, you know? All I can really do is kind of give examples for that. Like, but just like you choosing not to go to the hospital until you knew what was needed. Because A, you didn't want to catch COVID, but B, you didn't want to, if you possibly had something, give it to anybody else. And you wanted to know what needed to take place, and you wanted to have that square between everybody that was going to be in the operating room. And, you know, like you had it all under control, and yet knew when it was time to like make it happen. You know, that's just that's a very stoic mindset. You know, you didn't just wake up and you're like, oh, my stomach hurts, I need to go to the hospital. You know, you're not a hypochondriac. You know. Whereas I guess some could consider us hypochondriacs because I don't know, we live on medicine in some degree. So, also, for anyone wondering, I'm deciding to take a scenic route to the main missions in Forspoken, for the simple fact that there is so much in this world already. So, yeah, I can get to that. That it's almost like they almost made the game to where like they give you so much to work with in this sandbox, and so you kind of want to explore. You don't want to just like go main mission, because there's so, I mean, the main missions themselves are so far between each other in distance that it's like, well, I might as well just like look around. So that's what I'm currently doing. There's a main mission been ready for like at least a few hours now, and I'm like, you know, I'm gonna just keep going after enemies, getting XP, and getting new loot, seeing where stuff is. And there's some stuff that's just right off the bat not accessible because you don't have like the tool or the skill necessary to get to it. And I love that about it, but it doesn't tell you that. It's just like, yeah, if you can get to it on your own without that skill, cool. You probably won't be able to, but I'm sure there's somebody who will figure it out. And me, I'm just like, oh, I see what's necessary here. I know I don't have that. Okay, let me look around this area while I'm here. So I just like that freedom. Like, that's a very free way of giving. That's a very giving way to the player to say, like, you have autonomy. Like, you choose what you want to do. Nobody's forcing you any which way. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that to this degree, but maybe to the degree that Bloodborne would give it to you. It's frustrating.
Again, this is Horizon Zero Skill. Welcome to the party. We are doing this on ultra hard. I am using the Nuke Striker bow with hardpoint arrows primarily, and my little green monster. Thank you for joining.
Yes. We appreciate you. We hope you enjoy your stay.
This fluid's powerful. Burns at my fingers, but not like the corruption does.
What did I miss in the chat while I was fighting? Orbits, yeah, absolutely. Hospital clips is why I say you are a true stoic. Well, and other things. Orbits. Yeah, absolutely. You don't let the circumstances get to you. You make the best of it emotionally. Thank you. Proactive, not reactive. It's a wise attitude. I mean, it's different from compassion, although you are also a very compassionate person. You can accept hard things and keep functioning. Pragmatic. Thanks. That means a lot. It is hard-earned.
It is.
I would say you are similar. Takes one to fucking know one.
Don't it, though?
Boom. Goes the blaze. Let's take our armor back off. This sounds like camping. We would go to Seven Springs. It unfortunately burned down in one of the many fires that have been happening with increasing frequency as we destroy the climate on this beautiful spaceship that we inhabit. We would camp by the water, and we would spend the day catching with our hands crawdads or crayfish, whatever you want to call them.
Crayfish. I like crayfish.
Crawdads, and then
Those are delicious.
my mom and dad and siblings would eat them. I didn't particularly like the eating part, but I liked finding them and catching them and observing them.
So you were the purveyor, and they were the connoisseurs.
Well, we all were. We would play because it was hot in the desert. But you go camping, hour outside of where we lived, which was already far away from, like, you could see the Milky Way from our freaking yard. No one had lights. People had horses. And cattle and goats. My friends had pet goats. My friend's dad built a swing. You know those things that you walk a horse on?
Oh, yep. I know what you're talking about.
He put swings on his. And we would ride it. Yeah, it was the freaking best thing ever.
Awesome.
It was the best.
Wonder what made you think of that, because that's a genius idea.
It was brilliant. We would ride the swings. And it was like, in first grade, it was the best thing ever. That's the house where I got a nail through my foot. When I was in first grade, it went through my shoe, through my foot. I was chasing a chicken. It was a rooster. And I stepped on a plank. Pop. Alright, let's listen to this vision from Bryn.
I can almost feel the lightning in this.
And the taste, huh? Metal striking sparks along a sharpening stone, lingering. Here, touch it to your tongue, and...
Nope, that's your thing, not mine. You look startled. Are you okay?
I must leave. You should too.
Without a story, I brought down a stormbird.
You did. You're very able. And you're right. Ode is ode. But no more stories of the past. All told. All done. Future stories. I saw an onrushing storm. The future comes hungry for man and machine. It will catch me, I expect. Catch us all. So enough hunts, enough visions. I'll run. Chase that teasing sun to the forbidden west.
I don't understand. I mean, not that I ever understand, but are you saying we should fear what's coming?
Oh, yes! Jungle on fire! Machine blue light dying out in the eddies of ashes. You, fallen, pale as snow flash, eyes staring open.
I'm not ready.
The metal world, but not the one I sought. The future is a frightful dream, Huntress.
A huntress is a huntress, even in the dream.
I grew fond of you.
Grant us eyes. He talks about insight. Michael's hooked now, aren't you? You ready for the Horizon Forbidden West story? Because I guarantee you are actually not. Right? I want to introduce Bryn to Mikolash. I just want to see them hang out. I should draw that. Did you see the Mikolash I made? No, because you don't know who Mikolash is. Genesis. You will love Bloodborne once you get into it. I hate that I'm being that person, but You gotta understand, it took me 6 times before it clicked
Yeah.
for me.
Before it really, yeah, made sense.
And now it's like, now I'm this person.
Right. This is me now.
I'm just like, I hate everything about it, but let's farm meat. I just used a lot of potions. I think that's enough quests for today. Time to go wander. Refill my blaze for all the bombs I shot. Didn't you get this for PC? Or you have a PS4?
Who? Me?
Michael.
Michael. Thought he had a PS4, yeah.
Bloodborne's on PS4.
Oh, is it on PC? Okay. Interesting.
Bloodborne is not on PC.
I think he means Horizon, not Bloodborne.
Well, I mean, both are good though.
Yes.
I'm gonna peer pressure you guys until you join the light.
Till we get in there.
Yeah.
So
Here's the thing. As was given me, I give you.
Yes.
This is the way. Walking it.
This is the way. This is the way.
Oh my gosh, I have so many mods! Oh, let's get rid of the ones we don't need. I should get good armor so that I can put the good mods on them. But no. Get rid of it. Okay, I don't need all these freaking corruptions. I don't even have a bow that does corruption. 3 is fine for that. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of that. You guys get to see my horrible inventory management. Welcome to hell. I'm very indecisive, okay? I'm aware.
Oh,
sorry.
Indecisive.
I'm 35. It's not going to be changing anytime soon, guys.
Oh no.
You learn to live with it. You manage.
Mm-hmm.
And,
you realize that about yourself. You love yourself through it.
And you kill machines.
Yeah.
With arrowheads. I'm still laughing over all the songs I put. If you've been on my Instagram, it's at SI_NO_EL_. I don't fucking care if you go to my Instagram, but if you're curious, I've been doing these Instagram stories where I put music on the opening clip of Aloy's Dream in Horizon Forbidden West. That makes it so sad.
Check it out.
And it makes me laugh so much because it's so fucking sad. It's traumatic to watch. And then I put them all into a folder that I labeled Pain on Repeat. I like that this one provides no armor, but it just heals you. And I like that it looks like so fancy with its little yellow triangles. She just like tripped on the face of that rock. Why is that so funny to me? Okay, alright. Get a happy little Ridgewood here. Happy little Watcher carcass. Yeah, that's nice. Get a couple of metal shards here. Refill our medicine pouch here. There we go. It's okay if you take a little damage. That's why we got this armor that heals us. Have a good night, Klaus. Listen to those footsteps.
Ready or not.
Boom. Goes the dynamite.
That'll help.
Thank you guys for your kind words about me being a stoic.
Yeah.
It's
Absolutely.
very encouraging and was unexpected, and I appreciate that.
Well, we're glad to have encouraged.
Intriguing to hear what people think of you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I like having that kind of thing defined because I feel like people can define things in many different ways. And it's not out of some, like, need for, like, comforting an insecurity. It's just literally, like, I learn more about how other people think that way, too.
You know, I have to agree.
I'm just a very curious person.
Mm-hmm.
And so I want to understand what goes on in other people's minds. I always wonder, it's like, do other people, like, think about how people think? Like, for each person I meet, I want to learn how their mind works and understand. Because it's like, I have a friend I was talking with who has aphantasia.
What's that?
They have no mind's eye.
Really?
Yeah, I think you know this person, but I'm not going to get into that, but you probably know them. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Which, it's irrelevant, really. Look at this little raccoon. They did such a good job making it look so damn cute, just to have us slaughter them. Look at that poor thing. You will be a good potion. Thank you, potion.
Yeah, killing the badgers is the worst for me. They just are...
They just, like, plop, 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 plop
Yep,
everywhere.
they're just like, oh my goodness.
The squirrels, the owls, because they're so majestic. The blue jays in the next game, also hard. Peccaries, too, because we have those here. Javelina. And the babies are so fucking cute. Like, and they did such a good job on them. god, I can't see shit. There it is. Woohoo! I want to hit you in the face. Like that.
Just like that.
Just like that. I like slowing down and taking the time to take this in and not rushing. No hurry. Allowing myself to be in that kind of mindset. It's the only way I really know how to meditate after pretty much any other form became traumatic. I literally was in like intensive outpatient therapy for 3 months or something like that. It was ridiculous. Okay, well, yeah, no, it was because it was like, first it was weekly, no, first it was daily, and then it was multiple times a week.
Jeez.
Yeah, but the reason it took so long, and then I still am not all the way better, is like, the therapy itself would give me panic attacks because there's a Christian version of every single fucking thing they'll give you in therapy.
Yeah.
And I've tried them all. And like, when I go in to get helped by Christian people, in my experience, they'll say stuff like, you have a spirit of cynicism. And I'm like, what the fuck am I even supposed to say to that? Because if I say no, you're going to be like, see, I told you. And it's just like, I don't think that's the way you make people better.
Right, it's not.
I just feel cornered, and I feel like gotcha'd.
Yeah.
And like, what does anyone get out of that? Why would you say that to someone?
I think some people find
what is that
deconstructive
supposed
criticism
to
constructive.
accomplish? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah. I think some people will find it.
But then they
healing
say
to
I'm
be
so
berated.
negative when I'm like, give feedback back on that. Like, I disagree with them, so that makes me negative because I'm saying no.
Right.
To the bullshit that, like, cause so it was what that person serves the church by telling people they have a fucking spirit of cynicism. Like, take a second to step back real quick. I just think about, like, this, like, yeah, okay, like, yeah, they've done years, that means they've done years and years of service of hurting people the same way they just did to me. But I'm just the first person who fucking stood up and said something.
Right.
Like, step back for a second and ask yourself what that you... And I was on display for someone to learn how to do it, too. So it was, like, in front of someone. So you just accused me of something in front of someone. Like, and then you two people are joining in agreement of saying this thing about me that's, like, so mean. And then telling me, like, my deficiencies. Like, what sadistic person signs up to do the ministry where you just proclaim people's deficiencies that they need to stop doing? Oh, but that's serving God. They're praying for people. You're listing off a bunch of fucking accusations about me and assumptions about me. And it made me sad. That's not me clinging to my sin nature. That's someone telling me a bunch of really mean things and me being sad because I'm told that's what I have to do to be accepted here. Like, what the fuck, guys? That wasn't even in Kansas City. I mean, some of them were, you know, but
Fight or run.
Yeah, I was just saying to chat, like, it's disingenuous and it's mean. And in the same way that, like, it triggered you, it made me feel like, oh, well, I'm just worthless unless I do something, and then I can actually go and serve people like I want to.
I think they do the same thing at IHOP because it was Sozo, which I think they got it from Bethel, and then IHOP people were doing it, and they were doing it at Antioch. Sozo and Theophostics,
fucking
Pure Heart, Relational Wholeness.
Jesus Christ.
I never did Living Waters. I refused. I'm like not paying $300 for Tracy Bickle to let her posse judge me. They do that for free on Facebook already.
Exactly.
Okay, it's literally gay conversion therapy, so fuck that shit. Yeah. I've had friends that like they made them make up trauma. Yeah. Like, because if you don't have trauma and you turn out gay, then you're lying to yourself apparently. So
yeah.
No thanks.
Yeah, you're just not dealing with the root issues of your ridiculousness.
Because it doesn't line up with their narrative about what queerness should be. Okay, well, fuck you.
Yep. And you're done.
It's literally recognized as abuse, so get mad at me all you want. People are outlawing conversion therapy in a lot of places for a reason, so.
Yeah.
Tasty.
I love the way she says that tasty like Geralt of Rivia. Tasty. Tasty. Dude, the Last of Us show has me optimistic for the Horizon show. I just hope that they're nitpicky because of how well done the Horizon show, or the Last of Us show has been.
Yeah.
They found the perfect balance.
They really did.
God, if it didn't make me crave a fucking chicken sandwich, too.
Ooh, sandwich. Oh.
Chicken, they don't make the chicken I used to make. I used to make this chicken sandwich out of, like, buffalo flavored deli meat, and they don't make it anymore. They just stopped carrying it, and it's like, I stopped making sandwiches after that. I used to make this roast beef and egg and spinach and mustard and mayonnaise.
That sounds so good.
Sandwich, and then I would like toast the bread in butter in the pan that I made the egg with.
What kind of bread?
Whatever. I always get just like 7 grain.
Okay. Yeah.
I like to have the nutty seeds, or the 12 grain. Yeah, that's whatever the grainy one.
The grain. Yeah.
Yeah, I like dense bread. Dense bread with nuts in it. But like chewy nuts, not like crunchy nuts. Gotta be chewy, like sunflower seeds, like the actual seeds.
Yeah. Now, interesting. I was allergic to sunflower seeds and to pistachios until I was 21 years old.
And suddenly you can have green ice cream.
Yeah. And you know what it was? So I had asthma as a very, very young child, like born with it, incubated, had to get my, lungs developed before they allowed me to go home. And my whole family smoked, and I used to have frequent, like, fits of passing out, all this stuff. They said that my my allergy to these certain nuts was related to the immune deficiency that caused my asthma. So when my body became old enough to like sustain like manual labor, 5 days a week, and I didn't need the inhaler, and I didn't need, the nebulizer and all of that, these allergies dissipated with the immune disorder. And I said to the allergist when he told me this, I was like, do you know how easy it would have been for somebody to just say, hey, wait till his body is full grown. That way he can start having, a more diverse diet. Because I grew up on, like, red meat and macaroni and cheese, or red meat and spaghetti. Like, I just grew up on carbs my whole life. Carbs and protein. Carbs and protein. Never had a vegetable. Never thought to have a fruit. My favorite fruit was grapes and bananas, and I had those, like, very irregularly. So, like, it's just, if somebody would have told me, oh, like, it's his non-diverse diet and the fact that he has asthma, his body just needs to grow into his self, where he's, living life as an adult and working, and, like, his body will grow out of it. Nobody ever said that. They're like, nope, he'll have asthma his whole life, he'll always need this nebulizer. It's like, you guys, come on. Help a brother out one time.
Yeah. It's hard because some of that you just don't know until it happens.
Yeah, and that's kind of
medical science isn't as far along as a lot of people want to believe.
Exactly.
There's still a lot of mysteries out there, but there's also a lot more that we know, like how fucking COVID works, and people should really be listening.
Yes.
Not just to the CDC, because the CDC, here's the thing, Trump cleared a lot of people out, guys.
Yes.
So you gotta read beyond just what the CDC recommends. It's gross that shit got gutted, but it did. So, like, read The Premonition by Michael Lewis. He wrote, the totally untrustworthy book called The Big Short and Moneyball. And he talks about it, and there's interviews, like, with reputable people. Like, it's not freaking conspiracy theorists shit. It's like, let's look at facts and figures and interview people who were actually, like, in the meetings.
Yeah. And see what they really say about it.
He's also got a podcast. I've only listened to one episode because I was looking for the one where he talked about this thing called, like, L6, which is basically, like, within an organization. Because a lot of his stuff is more, like, just business related. That's why, like, freaking Moneyball and The Big Short, like, he worked in banking or finance or something. I don't remember. That's part of why I was reading him. I was doing mortgages.
Oh, okay.
He wrote a book about Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, who, like, invented a lot of, or, like, discovered, researched, proved, conceptualized a lot of, like, cognitive bias stuff. So that's where, like, it's really a grounded author. The stuff he writes about is, like, statistics and science and research and, like, psychology of economics.
Here comes the rain.
Wow.
So it's like the work of Kahneman and Tversky, which is book on The Undoing Project, details their history of how they met and started working together. Is literally like the foundation. One of their most cited papers is called "Judgment Under Uncertainty: Heuristics and Biases," and they won the Nobel Prize. Well, not Tversky because you can't get it posthumously, but their work won the Nobel Prize. So Daniel Kahneman is a Nobel laureate.
That's got to be awesome.
Well, it's the
The reality.
the point that if you're reading this book I'm recommending, it's not like pseudoscience. It's like reliable information. This is based on an emu. But the thing that he talks about that I really like is the L6, which I basically it's like that if you go, there's not every organization, but often within any kind of specialty or field or organization, whatever, there's like the leadership, but then there's the person who's like 6 levels down, and that's like an arbitrary number for the most part, but like they're lower on the totem pole, but they're the one that really knows like everything going on.
Because they're the fly on the wall.
Yeah. I tend to befriend those people. I am one of those people.
I was about to say, I feel like we are one of those people. We are definitely in that crowd of people who are like, we're in the meeting, but we can't have no say-so, we have no voice. And then our memory, you know, like everybody's like, oh yeah, what, with that meeting we had 5 years ago? It's like, yeah, do you remember what you said though?
I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Oh, Pepperidge Farm.
I like that we're having this conversation while I'm like literally like getting myself whacked around by giant machines. This is so much more. It's like a survivor mode. Like, dude, imagine if there was like a survival mode. Survival mode. I would take this plus an actual make me have to sleep, and because you can route that out in Forbidden West. Like, someone could make that kind of challenge where like you just set your own timer for every 15 minutes or something. Like, it just would take some self-control, but it would be fun. If you're into role-playing like that, guys, it's fun to play pretend, okay?
It is so fun. Pretend is the most fun.
It's like D&D, but in a video game and by yourself, and you just have self-control. This is gonna get made into a show. Netflix is adapting it. They're filming it in Toronto?
Yeah?
I think. I love this music right here. Creepy delay. Give it to me. Give me that nice answering machine EQ. Hell yeah. Look at that lens flare. Here's how you do it, guys. Ah, yeah. Here we go. That's why I play this game.
Oh. I can't spare the wait. This'll last.
Alrighty, I think I'm gonna head to a merchant, sell some of the stuff I got, and I'm gonna head out because it's late and I'm just farming. I've done multiple quests tonight. It's been fun hanging out. We can still chat for a little bit. I just need to stop playing so I can start like relaxing into my evening. Labeled and told you have to be something to serve people. Disingenuous, downright mean.
Yeah, I might join you in that, finding a safe spot.
I'm suddenly sleepy and hungry.
Yeah, I'm
Like, oh, I really want to go
ravenous.
make just a pack of ramen. Not like a big meal, but just like
Right.
one ramen.
Just the ramen would do me in for the night.
I shouldn't eat ramen, but oh my god. It's all I can
Oh,
think of.
is
It's
it?
all I can think. Well, it's just, it's not great for you. Like, I know
I
I was
mean,
saying
true.
what I said earlier,
Yeah,
but it's just like, it's...
super high in sodium and
Well,
yeah,
the
all that
sodium
stuff.
part's not a problem for me. I need the sodium. I'm literally was prescribed salt tabs, and then they told me I don't have to take them because I hated the taste. But they weren't useless. They weren't great. They just weren't worth it to me. But I'm like, well, I could just eat more sodium.
Yeah, they say to me
Not
I
just
shouldn't have
sodium, but
sodium because it'll make
oh
me
yeah,
thirsty, and I'm
yeah.
like, yeah, but you guys don't realize I can force myself not to drink. Like that's not an issue.
It's
I would
worth it
rather have
for this
sodium.
ramen.
Yes. I would rather have the sodium. My kind healthcare workers. Alright, let's save. I've done a lot, and I don't want my progress to be hampered.
Hampered?
Hampered, thank you. I was like,
Hampered?
hampered? Hampered?
I don't
I couldn't
know.
find the word. Oh, would you look at that?
I
Right
hate
as
this.
my controller's about to die.
Hate this picture actually. And that's the other thing is my control. I need to stop using it and let it just rest and recharge because it's angry with me. It's in that like, you know, when it gets low enough, it just stays angry until you give it a nice full charge.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to plug it in and just like watch a show and start winding down for bed. But I'll stream again. I aim to be on. I want to start bumping it back, but not yet. So 6:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I want to start doing it a little later because of how late the sun goes down. And you seem to have your like second wind comes later in the evening, so it's like to have you hang out more.
Yeah.
Because then
Yeah, like,
usually if you needed a nap, you wake up and then you're like energetic later at night.
yeah, and
And I like
that
having you
usually
here.
happens for me about 8 or 9, yeah.
So even if I just push it back like a half hour, 45 minutes, it just sits better for you.
Yeah, for sure.
See, and I feel like I hit a little bit of a better stride then too, because it's just like there's so much going on with my mom's dog that I have to help feed sometimes.
Ah, okay.
So it's like pushing it back for me might just work a little better too. And then my D&D games like don't end up pushing right up against it when we play, and then I don't have to like force us to end. So I might start getting a little more flexible on the times on occasion. But I'll try to figure out like a pattern.
Mm-hmm.
But I might start also doing some other streams of other games, and it, like just during the day or something, because there's some other games I want to play outside of this. But I might do them without talking, just because it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Or like if I do talk, it would just be like a reaction to something, but not like narrating the
Right.
whole thing.
That
So,
whole thing.
I was thinking actually of trying. I'm like, do I want to do The Last of Us and try and play along like with the show?
You know, that's actually a really cool idea. I was gonna get the the remake.
The one they just made? Yeah, I have the
Yeah.
remastered. I don't have the
I have
remake.
the remastered, Yeah, so
I don't want to get the
might just
remake until I've played the remastered. But a friend of mine was like talking about like being around Bill and Frank's, and I'm just like, oh my god, if you're doing it, I have to. It's just a very stressful game. I might play it on an easy mode just so I can play it just for the story and not have to think as much about the combat, because it's just so stressful with the limited field of view when you're like in a flashlight.
It really is.
And that's not fun for me. So the other thing I was thinking is actually The Witcher 3.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Because they just did the remaster of that. And
They
so
did, and
that'll
it
look
is
really nice
beautiful.
on PS5. And that's a
Let
game
me
I got
tell ya.
decently far. I got to Novigrad, but I didn't get much
Okay.
past there.
Yep.
So
That's, yeah,
didn't
once you
get
get past
super
there,
far,
that's like,
but
that's where the
like,
game gets
yeah,
gets
I know that's
wild.
where it like picks up, but like I just forgot to keep playing. I don't know how else to say it. Life gets busy sometimes.
It really does.
I've
No, I
moved every
totally-
1 to 2
totally get
years
it.
for like 15 years, and it just throws off, like, you get in a new routine, you get in a new driving route, new groceries are close by, blah, 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 and it throws everything off.
Yep.
Ugh. So, I might do The
Worst.
Witcher, because I feel like The Witcher is also, like, similar but different to this. So I might start doing that during the day. Either, like, I might do it mic off, though.
Okay.
Just because my throat, like, that would be a lot of talking.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to still, like, in the moment, react to the story, or what I want to do instead of, I don't want to make choices, but I don't want to get things spoiled. So I might put choices up to the chat for a poll,
Oh, okay.
so that I trust people to guide me on a story. Because I know
Yeah.
that's a game that's got replay value from the choices you make.
It
So
does.
even in setting up my Geralt at the beginning, like, I don't want it spoiled, but I'm open to being guided a little, but only on things I ask for. And that's something where I think it would be more fun if I'm not necessarily, I want to talk through them, but I don't want to necessarily have to make them. And I don't want to miss stuff, so if there's like a, hey, you have to get a Gwent card from that character before you finish this quest thing, I'm open to people telling me that, because that's what started pissing me off on my profile. I realized I missed the Bloody Baron's card, and I was just like, well, now it's too late.
Right. Like now.
And
What?
it just frustrated me.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to use like guides, but it was just like, really? So, alright. The ramen is calling me. I can smell it. I think that my roommate made something similar. And so, yeah, and that's the reason I quit playing. Michael said I don't like Miscibles, and that's exactly what happened with The Last of Us. When I played it, I got to the sewers outside Pittsburgh when you get separated. There's a door right before you get separated that I missed a fucking workbench. And I had gotten all of them, and then I missed one, but it was, like, too late. And I was just angry. And then I wanted to play something else to cool off from how frustrated I was that I missed a workbench. And so I started playing Destiny, and I never went back to The Last of Us. And then it was like so long since I played it, and I was at the clicker encounter when you have the kid. And I was just like, I don't like this. I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
It's so stressful. And I was going through stuff at International House of Prayer at the time where I was just like, I can't, I need, this is my de-stress time of the day before I go into Stressville. Because I would play in between my evening job and overnight job. So it was my
gotcha.
my like me time. It was basically my lunch break. I played video games on my lunch break between my two jobs because I had to work a job to afford doing IHOP. And then because I had the job, they took away my pay as one of the multiple reasons that they cite for that led up to it.
So you just didn't have any,
Because
not
I
only
had
did you not have
I
time,
had
but
student loans. Yeah, so I
Right.
had a job so I could pay my fucking student loans. Like, oh my god, it's my free time. What do you care what I do with it?
right.
Oh right,
It's
you
yours.
want to be able to schedule anything at any time in my day And so you're mad that I don't let you have 24-hour access to availability from me. That's what it is.
Exactly. That's where it is.
Because fulfilling every requirement that you asked of me when I first signed up for this is not good enough. You want to be able to change the requirements on a whim with no notice to anything.
Right.
And that's not a sustainable way to live. It might be for you because you get to hold the reins in that, but like you want to do this for life, so you never want to lose the reins that you're under the system you've helped build.
Right.
And so you push people that call it out. Mm-hmm. That's not everyone, but that's at least one person's motivation. Let's be real here. It's probably a lot of people's motivation in a lot of churches. Anyway. This is the Horizon Zero Misty Dawn Culture Hard new game. No skill. IHOPKC tell-all for a reason. I'm not trying to shit-talk people arbitrarily. It is all unto something. As I've got it labeled a chat room in the spirit of the gravesite of Uriah. If you are familiar with the Bible, that should be a pretty clear message. We are here playing skillfully on my video game. Because you either believe that this is just as valid or you don't believe either place is valid. You don't really get to pick and choose one or the other. They're either both valid or one isn't, or they're both invalid. The response to the existence of a prayer room in the spirit of the tabernacle of David and those metaphorically murdered in the building of said prayer room. So... And there's like a lot of suicidal people from like that weren't suicidal before they went in there. They might have had some like pain and trauma, but like it's the place that broke them. I'm one of those.
Yep, and I would be a second because that stuff was not fun nor funny.
They took the one thing that we ran to try and cope away from us. Thanks, guys. You used it to lure people there, and then you took it away from them. Thanks a fuck ton.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, we really appreciate that.
Super great. Love it. Thanks. Thanks, guys. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Bravissimo. Alright. With that, I'm gonna go to bed, but I might start playing The Witcher soon. Or something else during the day. Here's the thing. I really want to get... you and I need to talk. I'm going to text you when I sign off, because I'm not going to bed. I'm winding down. This is...
Yeah, I'm definitely going to get that ramen we've talked about.
I'm making ramen, so I'm going to text you while I make ramen.
Gotcha.
Because we need to talk about this Bloodborne stuff. And we're going to figure out what your problem is, because it's you're going to fucking love this game if you just start playing it, I promise.
It just sucks, because I love frickin' Sekiro so much, and I played the shit out of Sekiro, no matter how hard
Bloodborne.
it was. But I'm just like, ugh, I suck at Bloodborne, and it's frustrating,
well,
and I don't like
playing Sekiro, just start playing Bloodborne, but if you get the right weapon, you can play it like Sekiro again, I promise. But you just gotta go with a slightly different... You know in Sekiro, you can skip all the fucking hordes.
Yeah,
you just learn their patterns.
I definitely skipped like half of them until I was like, oh, I have the mechanics down. And then I went back and I was kicking ass. But it's just like, I don't know why I can't do that in Bloodborne. I don't know why.
Michael wants you to get your stuff so you can add another.
Yes, let's... Yes.
I believe in you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy.
And if you need to, I'm happy to, like, guide you or show you, like, I have a stream of me doing the early parts of Yarn Up because I got a character ready for you. And then I just had to start farming insight and then wasting all my souls on spending them on useless stuff because I don't want to level up too high above you.
Right.
I don't want to help you with bosses.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I just...
So I fought Gascoigne, like, 8 times or something. Like.
Oh, God.
And I want to get you there.
You're just sitting there waiting.
I'm just like fighting the cleric beast over and over and over, helping people.
You're like, we'll make it. He'll make it in.
And you should go on right now. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to pull up this video for you for how to do the parries with the visceral attack. It's literally on my channel. And it's just me being stupid and freaking Yarnum, fighting these stupid trolls, in my shorts. There we go. The video is called Perfect Parry into a Visceral Attack Against 24 Seconds of Our Mortal Lives.
That actually sounds very doable.
There it is. I put the link in the chat.
Okay, let me run back to the chat real quick. I was just checking this Instagram post. Alright, back in chat. There we go. Alright, I'm just gonna pause. Oh, I have seen this. Okay, then I'm gonna share to myself. Alright, I texted it to myself, so there's no excuses. It's right there.
Okay, ramen time. Guys, sorry, I was just totally zoned out. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Feel free to, like, subscribe,
Yes.
etc. Or not. You don't have to. It's up to you. It's just
all up to y'all.
It just gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling inside when you do. Because it's like a human actually paid attention to this and appreciated the time I spent playing a video game and talking to the air. That's lovely. But you don't have to do it. Be a free person.
Yeah.
Only want it if you mean it. Because then it means something. So, with that being said, I'm going to sign off. We'll be back tomorrow, 6:30 Mountain Standard Time, maybe 7, we'll see. Just look for when I start posting on Twitter, or subscribe and put the little notification bell on, and YouTube will tell you for you. But right now, it's time to go make ramen, because now I'm craving it. So bad.
Yummy ramen.
So, good night, everyone.
Good night, and may you sleep